Okay, all right, so we are back live here again. All right, guys, we are back up live here again. Yeah, our stream went down for a second there, but we are back up now live on Twitch and YouTube. Thank you guys so much for tuning back in. Sorry about the stream disconnecting there, but we're back up. All cameras are operational, and everything is looking good. We're still tracking XBKCO. Homer has finally disappeared from our most tracked flights list here. Excuse me. So that's interesting. I'm getting the stream information updated on YouTube here quick. So just give me 1 second, guys. So Steve Potter says is Twitch as well. Yes, there's a link in. There should be a link in the description on the YouTube live stream, which will send you over to our Twitch channel. We are live on Twitch at twitch.tv/NemicoTV. That's twitch.tv/NemicoTV. For anybody over on Twitch watching us on YouTube, for anybody watching on Twitch, you can watch us on YouTube if the stream goes down. Honestly, if the stream goes down on YouTube, hop over to our Twitch. If it goes down on Twitch, hop over to our YouTube. That's why we're running the dual streams, so we have a little bit of redundancy. The refueler also shut off their transponder, says 60. Okay, that's interesting. That's an interesting development. So there definitely is some kind of activity occurring over the Black Sea. I'm still seeing the refueler tanker here. Not sure what the status is on that at this time. James, welcome back to you as well. Stream went down, but we are back up here. I believe we were live for almost 5 hours, maybe 4 or 5 hours on that last stream. So still going strong here. We're gonna try to keep the stream up for you guys 24 hours a day over the next coming days here. So, yeah, they were both pursuing Flight Tracker. I noticed they were getting popular. Yep, that could be. Tuna Tastic says, "What have I missed?" Well, we our fueler, our RC-175 U.S. aircraft, U.S. Air Force aircraft, and the fuel tanker, both have disappeared off of radar. We are still tracking XBKCO. Nathan, thank you for tuning back in. Steve Potter says, "Surely Russian Navy has Homer and tanker on local radar." Yes, that is most definitely true. So far, all is looking quiet in Dnipro. Some early morning traffic. We do have those reports of shelling in the Luhansk and Donetsk regions. My guess is that this is continued escalation. This is going to continue to escalate in the eastern part of the region over the next 6 hours or so here. This morning we're going to see some further developments in that situation going on in Luhansk and Donetsk, and then I think from there is where we're going to see a full incursion. As we talked about earlier, it is the 20th now in Ukraine. It's February the 20th. The Olympics over there, they're done, and all estimates as to when this invasion was going to take place were pointing to the 20th. They wanted to wait until after the Beijing Olympics to, they don't want to steal the thunder from China. Okay, that's basically what's going on here, I think. Quacklin says, "Nice channel here. Thank you so much, Quacklin, for tuning in tonight. Glad to have you." Sonny Bush, Why does the steam drop? Why does the stream drop? That's a good question. That last disconnect, I have no idea. We are using, using Restream to stream to both YouTube and Twitch. That could have just been maybe like a random dropout. Not too sure, but we're back up now. All of our cameras seem to be fully operational. As we stated earlier, almost all of our cameras in Luhansk and Donetsk are down right now and have been for I think it's going on almost 4 hours now. We've been down. When the end of the Olympics finish, that's when it should start. Yes, yes, that's the basic idea. Vita for life. Thank you for tuning in. We're currently tracking this U.S. reconnaissance aircraft up here, and we're just kind of keeping an eye on as how things are developing here this morning in Ukraine. We had that RC-135, and here's our fueler still on the map, but yeah, that transponder has definitely been turned off. So there's definitely something going on in the Black Sea this morning. I'm not sure if we're going to hear anything about that in the coming hours, but we're going to keep an eye on it. Um, a lot of these are just also commercial aircraft coming and going out of Kiev. A lot of people are getting out. There's been, I would say, the majority of flights have been out of Kiev, not into Kiev today, and I think we're going to continue to see that trend of people leaving. I was talking earlier in Lviv last night. We saw like motorcades, what looked to be a political motorcade, leaving Lviv on these cameras you see in the top left corner. Dankster says, "Have cameras gone down before since this whole escalation?" No, the cameras in Donetsk and Luhansk don't go down like this. We have multiple cameras from multiple sources that are down in that area right now. We also have reports that there's power outage and cell phone communications are down in that area of Ukraine. Um, as I was saying earlier, this is all kind of a part of that escalating information war that's been kind of going on the past few days now. Drew says East and South have lost power and cell phone. Yeah, that's what it's looking like right now. What's interesting here, guys, is that Donetsk looks really dark right now. Or sorry, not Donetsk, but Dnipro had lights on and stuff. Not sure if it's just because it's morning, everybody turned their lights off, but I'm not seeing any lights here in Dnipro. Maybe right there. There was a bunch of lights here in Dnipro. In fact, wait, we have that other angle. Yeah, it looking like it could be dark here. Not sure what that is. I'm trying to find evidence that maybe they're experiencing a power outage here in Dnipro. If we see Lviv and Kiev go dark, we know for sure that something has begun. But yeah, I'm actually I think I'm seeing maybe some lights right there. I can't really tell. It's kind of hard to see. I'm trying to get an idea maybe if they've lost power here in Dnipro. Chuck says, "What's the significance of tracking these drones? What do we learn from their position?" Chuck, that's a very good question. We've been talking about this a lot tonight. So, for instance, this U.S. reconnaissance drone, it's not unusual for them to do flights with these Global Hawk unmanned reconnaissance drones in this area. What is unusual is the fact that they've been doing them the past 2 nights, past 2 or 3 nights. They've been doing them consistently. There's almost always a recon drone in the air. There is like a couple hour leeway period. But anyway, back to return to your question. Um, by tracking the past couple nights, we know that this is Forte 10. That was the call sign it's been using up till tonight. We know it's the same drone because it's the same exact pattern, same exact flight pattern. They're in a holding pattern right now, a patrol pattern you'd call it, I guess. I'm not a pilot, so I don't really know exactly what they would refer to that as, but they're patrolling back and forth between these 2 points here. There's obviously this is obviously along uh, positions of interest here along the border and throughout Ukraine. And so uh, we know that it's the same drone because it's flown out of the same airport, right? It does the same drone holding pattern. This we talked about this earlier. This is where they test the equipment, right? It's an unmanned reconnaissance drone, okay? And so they have to test that all the equipment is working before they send it off thousands of miles up towards Ukraine, all right? So they have it do a little bit of like a circle holding pattern, um, not too far from where it takes off, so they can test all the equipment to make sure everything's working before they, head the thousands of miles for it to do its patrol flights. These can stay in the air for, a very long time. Okay, we're talking like, hours, if not, I believe, days. These can stay in the air and keep tabs on what's going on. Now, the reason we can see, the, or your question was, what's the significance of tracking these drones? Well, as we're watching it fly along its patrol path, if we see it deviate from that path, okay, and we've seen this occur over the past couple nights, it'll deviate from this path and it'll encircle an area. Okay, it'll fly around. Um, you can tell like they've deviated from their patrol course and they're checking something out, like say in Sumi here. Well, then what we do is we go and we look at the CCTV cameras, okay, in Sumi. We get audio in Sumi, and we see, we can then hear shells hitting the ground. We can hear artillery being fired, and then we know, okay, yeah, something's going on over there. All right, so that's why we're tracking the drone. The other flights that we're tracking is particularly the same reason, like that the RC-175 we were tracking earlier, and that fuel tanker. We're just looking at what their movements are, what's going on. Another reason we're tracking these flights is because we were trying to track President Zelensky's flight in and out of Ukraine. He had left Ukraine yesterday, to attend some talks in Munich, and so far we haven't had any confirmation that he's returned to the country. And so we've been looking for his flight, which would be probably another unmarked flight going into Kiev. B50 James says 4B501 Moscow plane is going towards refueling plane with no responder. That could be some kind of confrontation. Steve Potter said great observation. Thank you. Drew says Moscow plane intercepting Homer. Wait, is Homer back up? What's the spawner code on that one? 4B501. I'm not sure exactly where 4B501 is. So our fuel tanker is still hovering around over the Black Sea. That transponder looks off though. It doesn't even look like it's moving. No, she is moving. Our fuel tanker is moving. Okay, hold on. Let me get caught up here in our chat. Max Lowe, thank you for tuning in. How hard will Ukraine get bombed before the tanks get in? Very hard. Okay, so the first thing I was talking about earlier, we're not going to see tanks moving. You're not going to see anything moving, right? The first things we will see are power outages, cyber attacks, all right, media blackout, okay, within the first hour, okay, and then that will be immediately followed by an air campaign, a bombardment campaign, okay. They're probably going to bomb all major military locations and civilian targets as well. Looks weird. 4P501 going right towards AC-135 refueler. Nibus says the stream is falling apart. Hope not. Larg has company. You're cutting out and lagging, by the way. You're a bit on the previous stream too. Okay. Well, I will see if I can fix that. Wonder if YouTube censor has anything to do with it. Stream is fine for me, says Steve. We have company commercial flight near refueling. Yeah. Okay. Interesting. This Boeing 757. Interesting flight there. Block the fake Ruski, says Steve. Chuck, brilliant. Thank you for that answer. Drew says it came out of Moscow about 30 minutes ago. All right, we're going to keep an eye on these flights here. I'm going to try to find that, was that AB500 something? Try to track that one down here. I know there's probably a search function. Wait, hold on a second. Our drone still doing what it's doing. Let's see. I'm really interested to see what it does when it gets to the end of this patrol pattern here. If it's going to go and poke around down here by Dnipro and see what's going on, or if they're just going to turn around and continue on their standard, usual patrol path, which we have seen. All right, what was that call sign? What was it? A or 4B501. We'll take a look at that one first. 4B501. Yeah, that's that. Okay, yeah, that's the one I saw down here. Or is it? Okay. Okay, interesting. So our Strato tanker is still up there. But you know what's interesting to me is that they turned off transponder for our RC-135, but we still got transponder on our Strato tanker. Wait, here's Homer 71. He's back up. Okay, I see. Drew says it says commercial, but something seems off. Yeah, something does seem off. That does look a little bit suspect. We're gonna keep an eye on Homer 71 here, and we'll see what's going on with 4B501 here as well. We're just gonna keep an eye on those guys. Guys, I'm gonna take a just a quick break here to go grab some food, and I will be back shortly. Louis says Homer 71 transponder back online. Yep, that is right. Alrighty, guys. Yeah, I'm gonna be back in just a few minutes. Gonna go get some food in me really quick, and then when I get back, we're gonna take a look at the past couple hours of updates. I'm gonna do some poking around, see if we can get maybe better understanding of what's going on in that eastern region this morning. So I will be back in just a few minutes here. Gonna go get some food and some drink and stretch my legs for a minute. Thank you guys for tuning in, and everybody that's tuning in right now on YouTube. Thank you guys so much for stopping by tonight. Make sure to hit that subscribe button. Hit that like button. Oleg says the stream is lagging. By the way, go if you can refresh the stream. Or rewind it maybe by 10 seconds. If it's still lagging, if you're still having issues, let me know, and I might need to tweak something on my end or restart the stream. Okay, guys? But I'll be right back. I'm going to go get that food, and we'll see you guys back here in a short while. Starburst, thank you for joining us. Yes, the drone. It's a recon drone. It's unmanned. It's a Northrop Grumman uh, Global Hawk. You can look it up. Northrop Grumman Global Hawk. It's called the Global Hawk. I forgot the exact designations, like RC-07 or something like that. I forgot exact, but it's a Northrop Grumman Global Hawk unmanned reconnaissance drone. So it does look like our drone here is doing a turn. I'm not sure. I'm not sure if it's doing a U-turn or going back up on its patrol path. But we will see here shortly. um, Still no updates. That's our fuel tanker. Still heading home. Here's Homer 71 doing his thing. Yes, you can see the dark line here is where our transponder was turned off. So that's an interesting development. Starburst, no problem. I'm kind of eating some food here in the background, guys. Kind of taking a little bit of a break. But if you guys have any questions and comments, just let me know, and I'll do my best to try to respond to you guys. Welcome to everybody that just joined the stream. Thank you guys for tuning in. It's highly appreciated. We are coming to you live. All right, this is our live feed here on Nemiko Network. We're also on Twitch at Nemiko TV. That's twitch.tv/Nemiko TV. Available on YouTube as well, Nemiko Network. And yes, these feeds you're seeing here are coming to you live directly from Ukraine in real time. The flight radar you see in the lower right is coming directly to us in real time. We are currently tracking 3 aircraft of interest here this morning. I'm currently trying to get some food in me and take a little bit of a break here, guys. But if you have any questions, let me know, and I will try to answer them as best to my ability. 69 says lots of flights going to Sochi, right side of the Black Sea. That's interesting as well. I have seen over the past couple hours kind of a diversion of flights away from Ukraine. That could be because of the actions that are occurring in Donetsk and Luhansk at this time. Drew says RA23113 is being suspicious. All right, we're going to take a look at that one in a second here. If somebody wants to get eyes on that one and get tracking. Iskadini says, "Hi, do you speak Russian?" The extent of my Russian is da, which means yes, and uh, uh, God, I forgot how to say thank you. Oh, God, was it spasiba, spasiba, and I know a couple other words that I won't get into on stream. But you know, if there's one language I would like to learn the most, it's probably Russian. Um, Hoping we don't get any flights down like we did in 2014. Yeah, so that's another reason, Starburst, that I'm watching these flights. There's another reason why we want to watch these flights, not just the military flights that are going over Ukraine right now, but the commercial flights, is because there is a very real possibility that a commercial airliner could be downed as a provocation and a pretext for invasion. In the same way that it happened to Malaysian Airlines flight. If you guys aren't familiar with that, quick Google search can kind of fill you in on what that whole situation was. And yeah, that's a very real possibility that could happen. So that's another reason why we are. Oh yeah, Niet Starburst Niet. That's another good Russian word. Aircraft type, registration country. I don't know what you were trying to go for there, Chris. But thanks for tuning in, man. I'm gonna get back to finishing my food here, guys. But I'm gonna be right back, and we'll get some other updates going. If you chose multi-select on the radar view, you can track all the plane paths at the same time. What? How do I do that? How do I track that? How do I do this? How can I select multi settings maybe? So for visibility on the map, I've just been keeping it, standard terrain. Um, that seems to work the best. Where's the yeah, MH370, I believe that is what it was. Um, yes, Sukabliet, I can't pronounce it. That's another one. That's about the extent of my Russian, though. Top right, he says. Top right. View map. Oh, multi-select. There we go. Thank you so much. Okay. Okay, we got that guy. And we got that guy. And we'll also track our fuel tanker just to see where he's going, where he's coming from. Whoever you got a little bit of a tight squeeze here for all this information. But we'll get those there. Okay, good. All right. So we got it multi-select. Awesome. Thank you so much for that tip. I forgot who that was already. Hardy Hausinger. Thank you so much, man, for tuning in tonight. That was the best tip I've gotten all night. Now we can track multiple flights and see more what's going on here. So we're still tracking that our recon drone has obviously taken a U-turn and is heading back up along its patrol path. We want to keep an eye on that just to see if there's any deviations in its course over the next couple hours. Holy wow! Look at how many flights are coming in out of Moscow and everywhere else. Look how dead Ukraine's airspace is, guys, right now. Yeah, I mean you can tell. I mean, just yesterday there was double the amount of commercial flights at this time coming in out of Kiev. You can definitely tell the amount of commercial flights over the country have significantly decreased in just the past 12 hours. All right, guys. I was going through and just looking at some of your comments here. Um, Starburst said the RQ4 Global Hawk is old drone technology. I think they sent it because it's expendable. That's possible. I was saying earlier though how it's not going too close to the rebel-held regions because they know it'll probably get shot down. Specific Ocean was talking about flight radar versus uh, uh, ABSD exchange. I've used both. However, flight radar, I just has been easier for me to use. However, the option for the quick toggle for hide/unhide military civilian assets, that's really useful. Um, Look at Krasnodar. I don't know. I don't is that one of the flights that you're speaking of? Uh, Sarah said he's going to speak with Macron, most likely from Moscow, but I can't confirm that. I've also heard reports of Putin speaking today. I don't know when or how that's going to go down. Have something to do with the escalations we've seen over the past 6 to 12 hours, though. That is probably going to happen. I suspect he's probably going to speak a little bit to the whole probability of an actual. He's going to switch narratives eventually. At some point, Putin's going to have to switch narrative from we have no intent to invade to yeah, we need to go in and we need to protect our assets or whatever our security interests. You know what I mean? Uh, Going down here, look at RA23158. I will in just a second. I'm just going through comments here to catch up. I did have my mic muted there for a minute while I was eating some food. Starbar says if things get bad, everyone loses. Just keep that in mind. Okay. Yep, that's very true. Yes. I mean, we're keeping an eye on the situation with the hope that nothing happens. Okay. Oh, hey, we got a pigeon up in Kiev. We got a friend here on stream this morning. Hey, buddy, how's it going? All right. Ukraine's the only one to lose. Yeah, I mean, I would argue that the Russian people would also lose a little bit too. I mean, people are going to die. Russians are going to die in the event of a invasion of this magnitude on both sides. There's going to be uh, tragic amount of loss. Uh, Putin is cool as hell. Oleg says, "Are you hinting at nuclear weapons? Can you sleep using nuclear weapons and use this in practice?" Yeah, I don't think this will escalate to be a nuclear conflict. Um, Honestly, there's still there's still a lot of power in conventional kinetic conflict. So I believe that's what this is going to stick to. Hopefully, like World War II, America is too much well protected and could produce a lot of armament for Ukraine. Possible. New tanker, call sign RCH 804. I'll have to take a look at that in just a second. So yeah, you guys are talking a lot in chat here about like the nuclear capability and like Russia right now is doing nuclear drills. All yesterday, Putin was in his command and control center. I'm pretty sure he still is at his command and control center, um, overseeing both the military drills and this ongoing situation. I don't think he's just relaxing in Moscow. Um, Kiev pigeon, yep. Uh, While elites spend a nice few decades nestled in their bunkers, rest of the world's numbers become fewer, plus a nuclear winter would curb global temperatures. I don't think this will, as I said, I don't think this is going to immediately go nuclear, right? Let's hope and pray that it won't, because of the idea of mutual destruction will probably keep us away from that outcome, hopefully. Jeffrey says, I don't think Putin would do a national address to announce the invasion. Yes, he wouldn't. I don't think he'd do that. He'd be seen riding a tank. Like, no, he wouldn't. He would make a move into Ukraine before any type of announcement. But there's a possibility that he could come out and talk about, like the ongoing escalations, which is what I expect we're going to hear. Sorry, excuse me. What we're going to hear about this morning. Um, just having a hard time getting caught up here in our chat because we're getting an influx here of new people coming to check out the stream. Thank you guys for tuning in. Yeah, Putin does, or Russia, sorry, does have a first use policy, like a attack if intimidated policy for their nuclear weapons. But that's honestly, I think, just an intimidation tactic. You know what I mean? I really don't think that he would immediately go to the nuclear option, and he'd probably strive for conventional warfare first, right? Just to make sure that you guys can hear me on the stream, just to make sure my audio is coming in good. If you guys give me a heads up, that'd be helpful. We're still taking a look here on the map. We're tracking Homer 71. We're tracking our fuel tankers. We're tracking our drone, still doing its thing. There's a couple other suspicious flights currently over Ukraine. We're just going to keep an eye on, especially what's going on down here in the Black Sea right now. All right, another pigeon coming in there into frame. Okay, just for everybody just tuning in on YouTube, we are also live on Twitch. So if the stream goes down on YouTube, you can jump over on Twitch. The link's in the description. If you guys are following us on Twitch, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. Hit that follow button. If the stream goes on Twitch, you can always jump over to YouTube. For you guys just tuning in, make sure to hit that subscribe button. It helps us out a ton, and then you guys will get notified for any updates over the next coming days. Just making sure you guys can hear me over the stream. If you guys could let me know that my audio is coming through good, that'd be helpful. I think we're gonna just take a quick break here for a couple minutes, and then we're gonna go. We're gonna dive into the situation that is happening in Luhansk and Donetsk, and get some updates on the shelling and stuff that is occurring there this morning. Snoozer, thank you so much for giving me the heads up on that audio. Yeah, I had that other fuel tanker, Luis, that you were talking about there. We see him down in the Black Sea. Interesting development with both of these fuel tankers and the RC-175, both over the Black Sea right now. So this is an interesting development. JB Boss says, so XBKCO sus? Yes, XBKCO up till tonight has been going under the call sign Forte 10. It's a Northrop Grumman U.S. Air Force unmanned reconnaissance drone, and it is patrolling over Ukraine airspace right now. And when we see it diverge from its typical patrol path is when we can see that that they are like taking a look into suspicious activity. Nemico Network says, or he says, do you know Gulliver Greg? I do not know Gulliver Greg. Specific Ocean says, look at that flight path and tell me it's not a Who's That Pokemon for Drunk Pikachu. It's funny because I saw somebody else make that meme earlier tonight. I'm not sure if that's related. Christopher Bozevert says, Nemeko Network, test. Starburst says, Nemeko Network, don't be snoozing now. We need you. I'm here and live. Let me know if you guys are having any hard times hearing me. Want to make sure my mic is coming through good for you guys at all times. We are still taking a track on these 3 aircraft here. These are our primary points of interest here over Ukraine right now. Really awesome to see so many people in here taking a look at the stream. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's highly appreciated. As I said, I'm gonna take a couple minute break here, but I'll be back in about I'd say 3 to 5 minutes. So Christopher said on Saturday the OSCE registered 1,500 ceasefire violations, twice more than the day before. That is, confirmed. I know for a fact there is at least twice as much ceasefire violation than there was yesterday. We've been hearing of reports of shelling all night in Luhansk and Donetsk, so things are definitely heating up this morning. Thank you, Snoozer, on that confirmation of the audio. Much appreciated. Snooze says, where are you from? The channel name Nemeko is an Italian word. Yeah, I'm from the United States. Nemeko is the name of my IT consulting business, and I've used that name for almost over 10 years now. It is an Italian word. It means enemy. The play on words, it's enemy corporation, and enemy co, Nemeko. Luis says some sort of military bridge built over a river from Russia to Donetsk. I wouldn't put it past them. Honestly, if they're going to be moving military hardware in, they're going to need to do it in a similar fashion. I still don't have confirmation if President Zelensky made it back into Ukraine. If anybody actually has confirmation, like an article, they can post a source to show that Zelensky has actually made it back into Ukraine. That would be super helpful because I actually still haven't seen an article saying that he came back from the talks in Munich, sorry, and is in Ukraine in Kiev. Earlier, we were kind of trying to keep an eye out for his flight, which we had tracked out of Kiev. So far, have not seen any sign of him returning to the country. Heaven Bird, thank you for tuning in, and I believe it is, yes. Nice. See, we got about 120 people watching on YouTube and 6 watching on Twitch. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. If you're on Twitch and the stream goes down, you can always go to YouTube. If you're on YouTube and the stream goes down, you can always hop over to our Twitch. There's links in the description. Um, if you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure to hit that subscribe button. It's the biggest way to help us. I don't ask for donations or anything like that. I'm going to be keeping up this stream 24 hours a day for the foreseeable future until this situation um, comes to an end. But yeah, if you guys want to support us, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button, and keep up the discussion in the chat because sharing information is really important right now during this crisis. Snoozer says Zelensky returned 8 to 10 hours ago. Yeah, see, that's what that's what I had heard, but I haven't seen any articles yet. Um, showing him returning to the country, but that would be very useful information. Things are very quiet in Dnipro this morning, which is interesting. Beef Ninja, thank you for tuning in so much, and you are more correct than ever. Yes, sharing information is important, but verifying the information is doubly important. Yes, that's been a big issue for us all night, sifting through the enormous amount of reports coming out of Luhansk and Donetsk about shelling and everything. It's really hard to confirm things, especially when you're getting unverified sources from, independent sources on the ground. It's very hard to really verify what's going on. But we're gonna try to keep at it as much as we can. HX says, "Are there any live cams in the Donbass area near the shelling area?" So, yeah, we had 2 cameras in Donetsk yesterday. For the past 2 days, they were working fine, and I would say about 5-6 hours ago, they went dark. Actually, I think it's a little less than that. Probably about 4 or 5 hours ago, they went dark. And we do not have any cameras in Donetsk right now or Luhansk. Everything is down there. We're getting reports of the power being down there. Um, People are continuing to be evacuated. There was reports of maybe troops coming in on those buses that they were evacuating civilians in. There has been reports of the cell phone communication structure being down, infrastructure being down there. Christopher says, "Do you know of S2 Underground? I believe I have heard of them. Um, how's Dnipro being quiet is interesting. Dnipro is far away from line of demarcation. Well, it's interesting because there's been some reconnaissance action over, flights over Dnipro over the past 2 nights. Also, it seems we're getting reports of the power being out along the eastern and southern part of Ukraine, and so there was reports of maybe power outages in Dnipro. And so that's why we're kind of keeping an eye on that area right now. Yeah, power down in south, says Detrude on Twitch just now. Detrude123 says power down in south. So I believe that also includes Dnipro. I believe the power is currently down in Dnipro right now, which you're seeing in that bottom left camera. This large view here is Dnipro. Earlier we saw, like all the lights on and everything. And now that it's morning, I mean, it could just be that we're not seeing any lights on in these buildings. But I don't know if you guys could try to spot something like a light that's on or a stoplight. We're getting reports that power is down both in Luhansk, Donetsk regions, and uh, all the way down to the south, and right over to where Dnipro is. But I'm not sure, and I'm not able to confirm that at this time. Starburst says, so if he doesn't return to Ukraine, that's a bad sign. He'll have inside info about the situation on the ground. Well, no, the reason is because if he's not there to lead the country in the time of crisis, where the Russians will take advantage of that. That's been the big worry over the past 24 hours is that if he left Ukraine, the Russians would immediately move in while he's out of the country. 60 says, got a tanker, no call sign, sending details on Discord. Roger that, I will check it out. Detrude123 says power is out. Detrude, do you know if you can confirm where the power outages are in that area of Ukraine? That would be helpful. And sell, yeah, I also agree. So yeah, guys, I was talking earlier about just now in the chat. I believe it was Starburst. I think that said better have like a CB radio. Because everything is powered by the internet nowadays. Everything is internet connected. I mean that is very true. In fact, I was talking earlier about this infosec memo that came out a couple weeks back, and they're basically warning all U.S. businesses um, to back up financial data, to have redundancies in place for possible grid failures. For malware attacks by the Russian government, uh, because it's possible, not even possible, probable, that they would not only launch a cyber attack on Ukraine, but also on the U.S. and Europe to cause a communications blackout in those initial hours as they move in to Ukraine, which will give them a tactical strategic advantage. Meanier says the Dutch government sends weapons to Ukraine, but no troops yet. Yeah, I don't think you will see a lot of actual troop movements into Ukraine from other countries. You will see lethal aid in the form of weapon systems and stuff like that, but I don't think we're going to see any actual troop movements by any NATO partner countries. That would be World War III at that point. Update: Christopher says light pollution in Dnipro dipped significantly between 12:15 a.m. and 12:30 a.m. May be caused by dawn, possibly. Beef Ninja asked, when did this warning go out? If you're speaking of the InfoSec warning, it was a couple weeks. But there's been multiple memos put out by multiple security companies over the past few weeks now, talking about the possibility of of a Russian cyber attack. So there's two possibilities here. So either as they move into Ukraine, if Russia invades Ukraine, we will immediately initiate all these sanctions that we have been talking about over the past couple weeks. All right, and these sanctions are extremely severe. All right, and so immediately there's a high probability that Russia will retaliate, and how they will do that is with a cyber attack that would probably not only economically hinder us, but it would cause um, as I said earlier, a communications blackout. Um, and so like there's the speculation I was talking about earlier of like, will they do this after they invade Ukraine, or are they just going to do it while they invade Ukraine? You know what I mean? Which will give them, as I was talking about earlier, that communications blackout, which will give them a strategic advantage. All right, guys. So we're still keeping a track on these flights over the Black Sea here. Um, Homer 71, are you still moving? Yeah, Homer 71 is just cruising over the Black Sea right now. This is right where that Russian naval hardware is, literally right here. Our drone, what's our drone doing? Our drone's just chilling on the same patrol path it has been. I don't see any other questionable flights right now. If you guys see any flights in the air that are looking suspicious, let me know, and I'll get those tracked on the radar. I want to get Homer and the drone in sight here. Meaner says, what is your view on Ukraine and NATO if things go south? As I said before, I believe that if they invade, Ukraine will definitely be backed up by the West. As an insurgency, right? If there's spillover into other NATO countries, this could escalate farther, but who knows? We'll only know as the hours and days go by. Uh, Somebody said, hold on one second here. I'm worried sanctions will just cause retaliation, similar to what happened after we sanctioned Japan after the Nanking. Yes, that's exactly what I was just talking about. Okay, as soon as they invade, the sanctions will flow out of Washington. Okay, as soon as that happens, U.S. intelligence is speculating that there will be a massive cyber attack on U.S. infrastructure as well as European infrastructure. I believe Christopher said they could do a DDoS attack on DNS servers. Yes, that would be part of that cyber attack. They would down DNS servers, which would cause communication blackouts here in the States. They don't even have to directly attack economic infrastructure, like just our stock exchanges. They don't even have to directly attack that. Just downing some of our power grid and maybe causing a temporary communication blackout would cause our stock market to tank. Okay, very fragile situation economically on the markets right now, and any move in retaliation from the Russians would cause a severe crash in our stock market. Just trying to get caught back up here, guys, in the chat because I'm getting a little behind here. Meaner says, but I still have China in my mind and how they will react if Russia invades. Yeah, so I was talking about this again earlier tonight. Uh, there's always a possibility that China could move on Taiwan at the same time that Russia moves on Ukraine. It could literally happen the same fucking time. All right. There's always a possibility that they could wait and see how the U.S. reacts to Russia moving in, and then they could move on Taiwan. But yeah, there's a very high likelihood that China will make a move. If Russia moves on Ukraine, China will be making a move. We've seen the same principle with North Korea the past couple weeks. North Korea has been launching all sorts of ballistic missile tests, more so than they have in the past years. And in fact, they had to temporarily down all flights on the U.S. West Coast for I believe it was like a half an hour or something a couple weeks back because of North Korea launching some ballistic missile tests. So you're kind of seeing this kind of snowball effect occur. Uh, you know, this has all started kind of with our pullout from Afghanistan, leading right up to how this is being handled in Ukraine. So Christopher says, update: Donetsk and Luhansk are completely dark at 12:30 a.m. Eastern time. Yes, I have also. I mean that goes right with reports we've had of the power outages in that area. Ethan says, I think China will wait and see what happens. Yeah, that's possible. They'll probably wait and see how we react, what sanctions we impose on Russia. But as I said, they might just jump on the opportunity to just move on Taiwan, same time that Russia is moving on Ukraine. Strategically, that would give them a leg up for sure. Uh, Sarah says, worst case scenario is that China will hit Taiwan to support Russia as they move through Ukraine. Yes, exactly. That is honestly a very real scenario. That could occur. Christopher says, update: Kharkiv at 12:30 a.m. Eastern time is lit up. Okay, well we'll keep tabs on that. Um, to everybody joining us on Twitch, thank you guys so much for checking out the stream. It's a huge help if you hit that follow button. If you guys are on YouTube and just tuning in, thank you so much for tuning in. If you want to support us or if you want to get updates in the coming days about this situation, go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It's a huge help to me. And it's the best way to support the channel. There's also links in the description to our Twitch if you guys need to jump over to Twitch because the YouTube stream goes down, or vice versa. We have two streams running. Okay. Um, Itzin says, "Oh, is there a guy actually talking on these streams?" Yes, there is a guy talking on these streams. Saint Boniface says, "Oh my God, the Russians sent a gigantic birdie." Yeah, it's not the first time we've seen that pigeon this morning. He's having a good morning. It looks like. Star Wars says USA vowed to protect Taiwan from China, and with this situation in Ukraine, that's a potential war on two fronts. Exactly. Now, see, that's a reason why China might take a move on Taiwan right now, is because they know that the U.S. would be divided between the situation in Ukraine and the situation in the South Pacific, and we would be stretched very thin, and that is definitely a problem for us here in the states. My volume was down and it was like background music. Yeah, I believe we did have some background music going earlier. I'm not sure if I still have that going now because we did have some issues, even though it was royalty free background music. We had some issues with YouTube taking down our stream for a little bit, for about a couple minutes there. He says China probably just wants TSMC. That's exactly what this is about. This isn't about the Chinese mainland. This isn't about ideologies and stuff like that. I mean, it is a little bit for both Putin and Z, but for China, yes, it's mainly about TSMC. It's about getting the chips. Okay, getting that chip supply would completely hinder us economically here in the states, and it would only compile the issues we're having with our existing chip supply chain. In fact, if you look now, a lot of companies are trying to transition their chip manufacturing to the states, or at least to the Western Hemisphere. Sarah says, speaking of pigeons, big indication you look for if something happens in the camera of birds. If all the birds start freaking out and flying opposite direction, you need to be watched. Yeah, so that would be an indicator of some kind of bombardment or loud noises from artillery. But the first things that we're going to see are these cameras go down. We will see flights go down in Ukraine, and we will see power outages. That's the thing we're looking for most. We've already, over the past 12 hours, we've had indications of that occurring. Yes, Doctor Device. Yeah, that you're partially correct on that. The only reason I think Taiwan hasn't been invaded yet is because of U.S.'s security guarantees to Taiwan, mainly because of TSMC. I really do believe that that's the reason why the South Pacific has stayed kind of, you know what I mean, quiet, so to speak, is because there's a possibility for a major conflict there. Is there a lot of current flights over the area? Says Shadow Mountain Paranormal. Not really, actually. For the past couple days, it's looking pretty quiet in Ukraine's airspace this morning. Didn't Infographic do a show on the same exact situation? Probably. 90% of U.S. manufacturing facilities are located in China. China is not afraid of any economic. Taiwan is major distributor, essentially computer chips. Yep, very true. Yeah, it's a big deal. TSMC and that chip supply is a massive part of this whole situation. Sarah says, not many. A lot of flights have diverted away in the past few days. Yes, that is very true. Especially in the past 12 hours, I've noticed a severe decrease in the amount of air traffic over the Ukrainian airspace. Homer 71 now, guys, is almost to Odessa. That's interesting. It's moving to Odessa. XPKCO, our Northrop Grumman Global Hawk surveillance drone, is still in the skies above Ukraine. It's still holding its patrol pattern as it has been for the majority of the night. Levi talked about the Turkish drone shot down the Donbass. I believe I heard something about that as well. I'll be right back, guys. I'm going to take a quick break, and I'll be back shortly. All right, guys, I'm back. Yumi just said in just a few hours the closing ceremony of the China Olympics will begin. I heard some say Putin could invade after that. Yes, that is what everybody has been speculating. That is what U.S. intelligence has speculated from the beginning. All speculation of it happening sooner, like for instance, everybody said it was going to happen February 16th. That was just speculation, really. The real date to keep your eye on was the 20th and after, and it's the 20th right now. OG Trev says, "Are there any photos of any Chinese military buildup anywhere?" I was wondering. I actually have not looked into that, but that should be something that we should look into. Um, if you guys are tuning in on YouTube, let me know if the stream is coming through clear. If you guys can hear me good. Same with you guys over on Twitch. Hit that follow button if you're on YouTube. Hit that subscribe button. It helps us out a ton, and you guys will get notified in the coming days and weeks for updates. We don't ask for donations or anything like that here on the stream. We're going to keep this up 24 hours a day. The only way we ask you guys to help us is by hitting that subscribe button. It helps a long, long way. And keeping up the exchange of information in the chat is also very important. You guys are basically the lifeblood of this stream. Saint Boniface says, yes, we do. Kim says, looks and sounds good. Awesome. Thank you guys so much. I'm trying to keep tabs because we did have a couple disconnections earlier in the night. So I want to make sure that we stay up and keep streaming for you guys. In a few minutes here, I'm going to be going over some of the updates this morning that we are seeing in the on the ground in Ukraine. We're going to be going over some of the most recent news posts over the last hour or so. We'll also talk about some stuff that has happened over like the past 6 to 12 hours to kind of cover some bases. Um, Chinese have already built up and are ready to go on Taiwan. Yes, I mean, I wouldn't put it past the Chinese to have, I mean, on the Chinese mainland, they can have all their forces ready to go. We wouldn't know any the wiser, okay? Because, for two instances, Chinese airspace is strictly controlled, all right? Um, satellite imagery coming out of China isn't always dependable, okay? And they can do whatever they want on the mainland without very much speculation. Okay, and they can do things under the cover of of hangars, right, in warehouses, get forces in place, right, and then they can very quickly move out because Taiwan's right off the shore. Okay, it's very close. 60 says the drone is slowly gaining altitude and Homer has turned around, headed south. Headed south. Okay, we're gonna take a look at Homer. Yes, Homer has turned around and is indeed heading south. Thank you, 60, for updating us on the flight tracking there. Very very useful, very thankful. In fact, I believe you messaged me on Discord, but I was unable to answer those messages. He said Homer is climbing altitude. Fueler did a quick 180. Okay, yep, that was back at around 11:55, so around midnight. 12 a.m. So the tanker climbed to 40. 12:14, another tankers appeared. The last one was doing some weird movement, possibly evading attack. Yeah, I mean, if so, we'll probably hear that. I mean, there is run-ins that occur, especially in the Black Sea, and I wouldn't put it past them, especially right now during heightened tension. What most likely happened though was the Russians were like, "You gotta, change your course." Um, they called them up over radio and said, "You guys got to change your course. Get the hell out of here." Team Homer. Hashtag Team Homer. Yeah, that's hilarious. Snoozer, that's a good one. Glad to see the discussion going here in the chat, you guys, on Taiwan and China and how that all kind of uh, uh, plays a part in this situation because I really believe it does. The the current geopolitical climate in the Indo-Pacific region very much plays a role in what we're seeing here in Europe taking place. Okay, um, there's deep economic ties between Ukraine and Russia being sowed here. Okay, um, they're trying to move away from the dollar. Okay, that's honestly the big move here. All right, and right down to these small military moves you're seeing here happen and unfold in front of us, are tied to those economic agendas and desires that they're going for. Uh, Somebody says, "Can you confirm that what type of casualties are being claimed in Luhansk?" Okay, so yeah, we have had reports all night of shelling. Um, in Luhansk and Donetsk. We have cameras that are down there. Okay, multiple cameras that we had earlier tonight are all down in that area of Luhansk and Donetsk. Some interesting movement on that camera. Not sure. Some street sweepers. Trying to keep an eye on. I got to refresh this camera here. That one's currently froze up. Kiev. Everything looks all good so far this morning. We are currently in a blackout on the entire eastern part of Ukraine, though, and so that's really what we're trying to get our eyes on right now. Hardy says there's a second tanker in the air, but I don't think it's related to Ukraine. Devrak, Russia will assist China in the Asian Pacific. If China attacks Taiwan, this will destabilize the current defensive strategy. Hardy with that call sign on that tanker, RCH 804. Yep, we have eyes on RCH 804. Taki says a blackout. Is that normal in Ukraine? Well, no. What I'm speaking of is we by blackout I mean we have had reports of the power being off in Luhansk and Donetsk and portions of eastern and southern Ukraine. We're having reports of cell phones being down uh, uh, and reports of shelling and artillery basically all through the night. Um, JBB says XBKCO heading out west on another drunk Pikachu lap. Let's take a little check up here on XBKCO. So yep, following its okay, I see what everybody's talking about. So earlier in the night 60 sent me a meme on Discord with Pikachu's head up at the top of the map, and I didn't really get it at first, but now I clearly see it here. You can clearly see the drunken Pikachu in on the map there. Starburst says power lines could have been down. Yes, that is possible. If you guys don't know, in the past 12 hours, there was a attack on multiple gas pipelines in Ukraine. So there is a significant energy crisis occurring in eastern Ukraine right now between the power grid and the movement of fuel. What are those flights going in Kiev? Have been in chat trying to keep up. Okay, so right now, any flights going to Kiev, a lot of them are outbound flights actually. Um, I doubt a lot of these planes headed into Kiev have a lot of people on them. But we have seen the majority of the flights are heading outbound. This is another commercial flight, Kharkiv. So this is Ukraine to Ukraine. Um, this is interesting. Maybe it's just I don't know. That's an interesting flight pattern there. Because I think the airport's over here. Yeah, here's the airport right here. Interesting. Not too sure what's going on there. Oh, never mind. There's two. We got two airports in the area. We got one on either side of the Dnieper. So we got an airport there. We got an airport here. So you got commercial flights incoming and outgoing out of these airports. Okay. Yep. Yeah, there are two airports in Kiev. Basically within the city limits. Okay. You got hard to pronounce Boris Spill. I'm not even gonna try, guys. All right, and then we got Sikorsky International. Okay. Are they diverting flight path last second? That's what I thought at first. But I saw this is them coming in for a landing approach at that second airport. Where's our drone, by the way? So this is another flight coming into Kiev. Yeah, see, as the morning hours come, I'm noticing there are more flights coming into Kiev now. A lot of we saw a large quantity of flights leaving the country over the course of the night. I mean, if you could just look here, look at Ukraine's airspace. You could tell how tense things are in the country by their airspace. Where's XBKCO? There he is. Okay, there's XBKCO on our Pikachu flight path. Homer 71 is still doing his thing. He went up. He checked out what's going on over Odessa. This is where the Russian naval hardware is here and over here. Okay, and so they're checking that out. Where was that tanker at? Not sure. Don't really care. Tanker's not really of much interest. Okay, this guy though is definitely of interest. Peter Greaves says, "Thank God for your channel, my friend. Well done. Thank you so much, Peter Greaves, for tuning in tonight. Very glad to have you here." Sikorsky's mostly for private planes now. See, now that actually makes sense. Um, I kind of notice a little bit of a trend actually now that you mention it. What do we got here? Smaller. Well, I mean it's an Airbus. We'll keep an eye on that. We'll check. We'll keep an eye on the types of aircrafts coming into these two airports here. Right now, we got five commercial aircraft coming into Kiev. That's the most we've had in the past 12 hours. So that's interesting. It could mean a lot of people needing to fly out. That's very possible. Christopher says, check out AOA 103. We will check that out. A0A. A0A 103 with uppercase. Okay. Not seeing anything for that call sign here. Sarah says, if it's a private jet, is the Ukrainian president possibly on one of them? Yes, see, that is something we've been looking at, is if he's going to hightail it out of the country. What happened in 2014? Does anybody remember what happened in 2014 with the president at that time? What happened? What he did? Where he went when shit hit the fan in Ukraine? He left the country. Okay? I don't know if anybody remembers that. He got the fuck out of Dodge real quick. Okay? And so I believe that will be a good indicator if things have gone south. Okay, there's a lot of speculation that Zelensky leaving to go to Munich for these talks was going to be the the spark, so to speak, to get the Russians to move in and take a hold of Ukraine. Okay, and so it's very possible that we might see him leave the country again. I still haven't got. We had a couple of people say that he already returned from those talks in Munich, like 12 hours ago. However, I still haven't seen an article or seen a link to an article saying that he is back in the country right now. Um, I think I did. I did hear something that he was in Lviv. I'm not exactly sure what's going on with that. But if somebody can source me an article saying that the president Zelensky is back in the country, that would be immensely helpful right now. Yes, he did have a meeting today in Munich, in Germany. Okay, or he was in Germany, yeah, for those meetings, and I'm not sure if he returned or not. We have kind of these spotty reports that he is back in the country. Drew says he was seen earlier. Yeah, but seen where? Yes, Yumi says yes. Zelensky went to the Munich Security Conference. Was wondering if he came back yet. See, that's what I'm also wondering. Still, if you take a look on Twitter on the DB channel account, he put all the info in there. Okay, interesting. Let's go back to our flights of interest here, guys, because we don't want to lose track of those. Where's XPKCO? There you are, salty dog. You. This guy here, this this U.S. reconnaissance drone, okay, is going to be a very tall tale sign. When this deviates from its patrol path here, is when we know that something has begun. Because it only moves when when they need to see something. Okay, it only goes off of this patrol path when it needs to see something. Alex H said, "I heard he flew back to Kiev with no call sign, but can't confirm." Yeah, we have not been able to confirm that either for at least the past 12 hours. I heard the rumor was that he returned about 10 to 12 hours ago, and was in Lviv, I believe. But I'm not sure if we can confirm that or not. We can't confirm that at this time. All right, guys, to everybody that is currently tuning in now on Twitch and YouTube, thank you so much for tuning in here tonight and following along with us in this ongoing situation. Um, for those of you following on Twitch, make sure to hit that follow button. For those of you on YouTube, make sure to hit that subscribe button. It's the only way we ask you to support us. It's that like button and that subscribe button. It's a huge help. We're gonna continue watching both this drone here and Homer 71, who is right over the middle of the Black Sea here, doing his thing. I was going through the chat and answering some questions there, but I had my microphone muted. So I'm going to try to go ahead and see if I can answer a couple more things. Saros, are you in Ukraine? Just where are you located? It sounded like you were maybe in Ukraine. It'd be awesome actually if we had somebody watching the stream that was in Ukraine that could give us maybe some kind of idea what's going on there, especially like on Ukrainian television. Thanks for tuning in, Ethan. Thanks for thanks for following along tonight. We will be here all week. Drew says RA260015 unknown just took off. We'll have to take a look at that here shortly. Sarah says no, I live in the States. Okay. PlayStation 7 says, is there any way to see the Navy on Google Earth near Crimea? Maxar might have some images of the Black Sea from this morning, but you'd have to go and look. You could probably source some images that were taken in the last 24 hours, but yes, you can see those vessels from space. There's a whole fleet from space. The Black Sea is massive, so finding them on a satellite image is going to be a pain in the ass. But you're more than welcome to go ahead and try. I'd love to see some updated images of what's going on there in the Black Sea. Hardy says two just took off, two transponder. Uh, if you guys can drop those call signs and two transporter. He says if you could drop the call signs and location of departure, so we can track those down, that'd be helpful. Dr. Device said the tracks on this site are from ADSB. They can absolutely be faked. Yes, that is very true. I was talking about this earlier tonight, actually. ADSB is a signal sent from the aircraft itself. Yeah, reporting position. Yeah, exactly. So I was talking about this earlier tonight. On XBKCO, they don't. I don't think they would want anybody to know the exact position of this drone. Okay, at any one given moment in time. All right, that would be bad, especially when flying over airspace like Ukraine's. Okay, and so there's always like a deviation of where this thing actually is. Relative to where it is on this map. And I was also talking about how this direction indicator here is not valid for this drone on this map, and sometimes is not valid for things like that RCU 175 aircraft here down over the Black Sea. Sometimes it'll show that the direction marker pointing one way, but they're really traveling the opposite direction. And yeah, transponder information can be 100% faked, and they do that on purpose sometimes to thwart our enemies. Okay, we're gonna get both these flights tracked back here. Move that up there. Drew says lots of movement in Sochi. We'll have to check that out. Specific Ocean says ADSB can not only be faked by the person transmitting, it can also be faked by the person submitting the data to the site. Very true. Hardy says HKY 125, RCH 165 out of Ramstein Air Base. Okay, I'm gonna keep an eye on those. I'm gonna check the top flights here in a second. We'll see what's going on with that. Yep, Germany. Yep. Yeah, Ramstein, favorite band. So immediately knew that was in Germany. Let's see if we can track that down here. What was those call signs? What were those call signs? I already forgot them. HKY 125. Let's take a look. In fact, actually, wait, really quick. Let's go back to the map default. Okay, so Homer 71 and HQECO are still the top flights being tracked. Holy cow, we got 6.5 thousand people watching this drone in Ukraine, guys. That is nuts. All right, HKY 125. Yep, out of Ramstein. Oh yeah, she's a hot one for sure. U.S. Air Force. All right, let's check. Let's take a look at this bogey here. Where's she going? Okay, here she is here. So we'll see. We'll see what's going on there. That's probably just inter-NATO state movement. Okay, I wouldn't get too concerned about flights coming in from that. From over there. We're really looking what they're sending up from down here. That's where our Homer and that drone both have flew out of. So I think that's where they're going to be sending any aircraft that are doing anything in this area, the Black Sea and Ukraine. Specific Ocean says, "Oh, it can also be faked by a third party masquerading." Very true. Young Joseph says a Crimean Russian area internet provider is having issues. Yeah, well, we've already realized that much. In fact, all of our cameras earlier, we even had two more cameras in. We had another two cameras in Donetsk region that were like kind of crappy in like back alleys, and they weren't really showing too much. They didn't have a good angle, but all of those are down. They're all down now, and the Luhansk ones are down as well. And there is definitely at least some kind of power outage going on in that area. We'll probably hear about it in the next few hours. In fact, I'll go ahead and maybe see if I can get some updates for you guys right now. So, okay, so we're getting some reports. Eastern Ukraine separatists in Luhansk claim Ukraine military attack caused civilian casualties this morning. So yeah, I'm seeing more of the reports about the 1,500 ceasefire violations over the past 24 hours or so. JBB says Homer going slow down there. PlayStation 7 says, would the Navy be far out in the sea or close to the coast? Well, that's hard to say. It depends on what area of Ukraine you're looking at. Google Earth though is not going to work. As Starboard said here, yeah, Google Earth will not do. You're going to need to like Maxar. I think you can get images from them. There's a couple other providers you could probably get some recent satellite images, but they're not going to be newer than like 12 hours. Specific Ocean says what we need is some Wi-Fi beaming equipment, a very brave soul on the ground. Yeah, and a generator. Yeah, that's very true. Uh, Devrak says at Beef Ninja confirmed that that was a floating bridge that was constructed and deconstructed. Yeah, it could have been them just practicing getting that equipment set up because that's going to have to happen a lot along a lot of the rivers throughout Ukraine, the Dnipro River. I mean, they're going to have to get military hardware across those rivers, and those bridges are probably going to be destroyed in most cases. So yeah, that's definitely going to be something we're going to see a lot of is the installation of those temporary bridges, those floating platform bridges. Um, South Carolina, we in here. Thanks for delivering the news. Thank you for tuning in. Belarus is just above Kiev. It makes sense to move troops from Belarus. Yes, Beef Ninja, that is very true. Ukraine is currently surrounded on all sides. Even in they got troops in Moldova. They got the Navy along the Black Sea. They got troops in Crimea. They have troops in all of the eastern portion of Ukraine here. They've moved troops in just in the past 12 hours. There's been reports of all sorts of military hardware moving across the border. Look at how all these flights are diverting over Luhansk and Donetsk. All of these flights are avoiding that area with a 9.5 foot pole. Look at that. Look at that. Literally there's not a single flight moving over that area right now. Okay, because things are heating up. And as continuing on here, they got troops all along this section of the Russian border, and then all the way through Belarus. The only portion of the Ukrainian border that doesn't have Russian troops along it, is from here, okay, along Poland, this little stretch here, all right, through Slovakia, Hungary, all right, right over to Moldova. Just this little stretch. Just this little stretch. That's all of Ukraine that doesn't have troops on its border. The entire rest of the country has troops on that border. Michael AG says, what map are you using in the bottom right corner? That map is a flight radar provided to us by flightradar24.com. That's a free service. You can use it yourself right now if you wanted to do. If you want to go and keep up with the flights that we are looking at right now, you can do so with us in real time, and it's a huge help. Um, there must be eyes on the ground streaming. Okay, so yeah, you would think so, but so far I haven't seen anybody. If we could get somebody on the ground in Ukraine and get some footage or maybe kind of like a live feed to them over Discord through this stream, that would be epic. That would be awesome. That's what we need. If I could be there right now on the ground, I would be honestly. I'd be there with the camera and some kind of data uplink as long as I could, and we'd be getting footage from the ground. But if we can get somebody in Ukraine at least, maybe just give us a heads up of what's going on Ukrainian TV, right? A Russian TV, like a Russian speaker that kind of knows a little bit what's going on in the East. That would be super helpful. Donbass claims active shelling last 4 hours. Fox reports. Yes, there is. Yes, there is lots of reports coming in of shelling, in both Luhansk region, Donetsk Oblast, basically all of that. I'm actually watching a video right now of I believe it's sirens going off. Yeah, and there's video of Russian military hardware moving through Donetsk. I'm just gonna go ahead and I'm gonna get you guys updated on like the most recent updates here over the past couple hours. So, 2 Ukrainian soldiers killed in the past couple hours. I'm hearing. Pepper says just Donbass is lighting up. Yep, I would expect that. Hold on. Let's get a fix back on our aircraft here, guys. We're getting sidetracked. Okay, so Homer 71 is doing another surveillance pass right over, just like it was earlier. 60, if you're still with us and you have any fixes on any other suspicious flight activity in the area, please let me know. Matt James says, once the Olympics is finished, it will be the telling time Russia don't want to disrespect China. Yes. Yes, that is exactly true. That is exactly what we're seeing here. John Thompson, Joint Forces Operation 136 ceasefire violations. Yeah, 136 ceasefire violations yesterday. 2 Ukrainian servicemen killed, 5 wounded. Yes, we've actually heard of over 1,500 ceasefire violations in the past 24 hours. A lot more than that 136 that you're showing there. But the kill count, wounded count so far is consistent with the numbers I have here too. 4 dead, 2 wounded. Yeah. No, I believe it was. Yeah. No, it's 2 dead and 5 wounded. Um, so Russian hardware has crossed the border, says Starburst. We have reason to believe that they haven't. So they've crossed the border into Donetsk and Luhansk. Okay, which is a big deal. All right, because up to this point, up till yesterday, all of that Russian military hardware was still across the Russian border. It wasn't directly in Donetsk and Luhansk. They've moved that equipment into. So they evacuated over the past 24 hours or so. They've been evacuating everybody out of Donetsk and Luhansk in eastern Ukraine, and they've now moved in um, they've now moved in hardware in its place. There was even reports of them bringing in soldiers on the same buses they were taking civilians out, but I haven't been able to confirm that. 60 says keeping watch, activity as expected. Okay, awesome, dude. Thank you so much. Super helpful. So, guys, for those of you interested, we also have a Discord server where we share almost daily updates about not only this situation but other situations of interest going on, and we kind of have a mix of a news, tech, and gaming community over there on our Discord server. If you guys would like to join that, you can find a link to it on my channel. If you're watching on Twitch, it's right below in the description, the channel description. Um, That pigeon was a Russian saboteur. Yes, I believe so. The bird has red eyes. Something will happen. Yeah, that bird is definitely very sus. Um, However, this camera looks like it froze up, so we're gonna have to wait for that. Jacob Williams says, "What's the Discord?" You can find a link to the Discord on our YouTube channel. If you just like click our YouTube channel and then look in like the top, there's like the link to the Discord. I'll put that in the live stream description here shortly for you guys. Drew says, "My friend in Ukraine before the power outage said that Russian troops had moved in on eastern Ukraine." Yes, that is consistent with what we are hearing from multiple sources as well. You Smell says, Among Us, thank you so much for joining us on Twitch, bro. It's cool to see that we still have some people watching over on Twitch. Dead Man's Wife says, Sus bird. I think I heard it speaking Russian. I totally agree. I believe the bird was, in fact, speaking Russian. Specific Ocean asks, anyone know the closest town to Donetsk with power? We have not been able to determine the extent of the power outage in Donetsk and Luhansk. Jacob Williams, thanks for joining the stream, man. Love to have you. Pepper says for peace, for peace, security from Russia. Michael AGT says, how about all the plane formation over top Iraq all lined up in a row? I don't know if you mean on the right side of the screen. You can clearly see all of the flights trying to avoid the eastern part of Ukraine, and they're all in just like a big column there, traveling out of Moscow. KY Colonel Kerry, yes, we've been talking about this all night. The first thing we will see if Russia starts to make their moves is the internet will be dropped in all of Ukraine. Power will be out, and a lot of these camera angles that we have up will go down. Okay. With that said, our Kiev and Lviv cams have redundant backups. Okay, for power and for a data connection that should stay up at least long enough for us to maybe see some signs that something is going down. Trucker KC says, "Stop giving fake news and tell your people the truth. You don't know exactly. Yeah, we don't know any. We have no idea what's going on. That's the whole point. That's why we're watching. We're trying to piece together what is going on the ground. Everything from following what's going on here with Homer 71, our RC 135, and where's our drone at? Our drone's back up here, making its pass on its patrol route here, and we're waiting for any deviations from that reconnaissance drone. Michael ALGT says, "Wow, first time looking at one of these maps." Yeah, there's a lot going on here, but basically, what you're seeing is flights over Ukraine's airspace. First thing you can notice right off the bat is how empty Ukraine's airspace is compared to the rest of Europe right now. Okay, it's empty. It's empty. Okay, look at this. Just over the past 12 hours, I've noticed a severe decrease of the amount of flights going in and out of Kiev, drastically has reduced. The majority of flights are outgoing. Okay, there are flights leaving Kiev. A lot of people going to Lviv. I've noticed that. A lot of people are moving western to the western part of Ukraine, so that in the event of something happening, they can try to escape to Poland, um, Slovakia, or Hungary. Specific Ocean says we are all speculating with open source intel, and that is very obvious. Yes, that is exactly what we are doing here. I mean, for those that are uninitiated, this is what is known as open source intelligence gathering. Okay, we are currently use publicly available sources of intelligence and literally piecing together the puzzle in real time. And we're doing this from an unbiased view, outside of party lines. Okay, and we make every attempt we can to verify sources of information as they come in. All right, um, we get these reports like we're talking about these power outages in Luhansk. We're talking about the shelling, and we make every effort we can to try to get this information from multiple sources and try to kind of validate as much of this information coming in as we can. But it's hard. As I said, this situation is developing per the minute, and is rapidly progressing. IM 1498 Italian Air Force plane flight radar. Yep. So we'll take a look at that call sign. Drew says U.S. moving troops to Romania. Yes, they've been moving a lot of troops. I believe I haven't. In fact, let's go ahead and get you guys just like the latest updates here from the past couple hours. See if there's anything new here. Giadi Truth says if we don't stop Putin now, he'll most likely try to have Cuba host nukes or someplace in South America. Yes, there's actually already been talk of them putting nukes in Argentina as a retaliation for sanctions. Okay, and we will most likely see a combination of military technical moves, as Putin likes to call them. All right, things like them placing nukes and military installations in countries near our borders. All right, and we're also going to see cyber attacks, like we were talking about earlier. They will most likely launch a massive cyber attack on us here in the States and in Europe in retaliation for the sanctions if they move in to Ukraine. Andrea said you were doing an excellent job, and thank you. Thank you so much for tuning in, Andrea. Glad to have you here. To everybody that's tuning in to us on YouTube right now, thank you guys so much for tuning in and following along with us as we kind of piece together this ever evolving puzzle that's going on here in Ukraine. People get wind of this, grocery stores will get wiped clean of everything, says Michael Al. Yeah, I mean, it's always about trying to keep panic to a minimum, right? Okay, and we don't know what's going to happen until it happens. Okay, we can see the signs and we can try to make preparations, right? Okay, we're seeing the signs of what's going to happen in Ukraine right now here before us. All of the evacuations we've watched over the past 12 hours, the shelling that's happened over the past couple hours that we've been watching here on the stream, right? The movements of that Homer 71, our recon aircraft, which is where's Homer 71? There's Homer 71. Homer 71 patrolling over the Black Sea right now. It's taking a look at that the naval ships that are in the Black Sea right now. Um, Devrock says Argentina or Venezuela. I forgot if it was maybe it's Venezuela or Argentina. I forgot, but I know it's one of those South American countries. They were talking about moving nuclear missiles to, which would basically be the equivalent of the Cuban Missile Crisis. Drew says watch BRK 76 in Romania. Okay, we'll take a look at that one here. Blackhawk leaving Melika Air Base in Poland. Jamie Baxter says an attack imminent in the next 24 hours. It could be in the next hour. Okay, it could be in the next few minutes. It could be in the next week. We honestly do not know. All right. What we do know is what's happening now on the ground. Okay, or what we kind of know, all right, and what we've seen in the past 12 hours, all right. That's what we know. Is we know that people have been evacuated. We know that there's been escalations of shelling. The OSCE, like different observation agencies, have reported over 1,500 ceasefire violations in the past 24 hours, which is a massive uptick, okay, of shelling and cross-border exchanges of fire. Andrew says, "What's your opinion on New Zealand, man? Love New Zealand, dude. That's where Lord of the Rings was filmed. Good movie." MoH, was COVID-19 training for the real show? Same drill, mask up, 6-foot distance, and shelter in place? Who knows? Stephen Garcia says, "Where are all Ukraine's fighter jets stored at?" I don't think they're all stored in one place, but I'm not too sure. I'm not a Ukrainian military commander, so I couldn't really answer that question. Pacific Ocean says we could literally see the helos coming over the horizon any second now. Yes, honestly, we could. First, we'd probably get aerial bombardment by missiles, and we'd probably see, as I said, we'd probably see these cameras all go down. That's the first thing we're probably going to see is all of these cameras. Maybe, hopefully, we'll have a couple still up in place. It might not happen in all parts of Ukraine at once, right? Power outages could be sporadic throughout the country. John Thompson says there's a Boeing KC-135R Stratotanker over Hungary with no call sign. Yes, we've been watching the Stratotankers all night. We watched one meet up with our Homer 71 RC-175 just about an hour or maybe 2 hours ago for a refueling pass. In fact, you can still see it here on our flight data. We had a Stratotanker and Homer 71 meet up, and they did a refueling pass probably for their escort fighters for that RC-175. Right over here over the Black Sea, and they are still patrolling over the Black Sea as we speak. Dr. Device says there's a few more steps of escalation before an invasion would be used. Yes, those steps include, but are not limited to, cyber attacks, okay? Continued sabotage on power grid infrastructure and gas pipeline infrastructure, which we've seen over the past 12 hours. A lot of, okay? A lot of those big flashy pictures and video you see on Twitter are of those gas pipeline sabotages that happened over the past 12 to 24 hours in Ukraine. Abdullah says, "We're not attacking today. Evacuation from eastern Ukraine to Russia is still going on." Yes, it is still going on at this moment. I was talking a little bit earlier about how there was the video of the buses leaving Ukraine with, eastern Ukraine, the rebel-held areas, with just droves of elderly men, women, children. And there was also, at the same time, the mobilization of the local rebel forces, okay, forward, and so there's been speculation that those buses that were evacuating people were also bringing in Russian troops across the border. We also have videos over the past couple hours of Russian military hardware moving over the border into Donetsk and Luhansk. So not directly into Ukraine. It's technically Ukraine, but it's the rebel-held areas, which up till a few days ago, or up till yesterday, really, we had none of that movement going across the Russian border into Luhansk and Donetsk. But now there is reports of actual Russian military hardware moving up into that area. Okay, so that's a huge, huge escalation from where we were at just 12 hours ago. Homer about to bump a plane from Moscow, says JB Boost. Okay, well, we're gonna go check. We're gonna check that out. Oh yeah, 2 aircraft here actually. Moscow. These are both to be commercial aircraft. Yep, these are both commercial aircraft here. Altitude 36. What's Homer sitting at right now? 27. So yeah, she's flying low and slow, man. She's looking at those Russian military aircraft. That's what Homer's doing right now. In fact, I expect him to take another couple passes up through. Okay, where's our drone at? Where's our drone at, guys? Yeah, Dr. Device says 10,000 foot separation. Yeah, so there no bumps in the sky yet. Data from this track comes from a transponder of the plane. Yeah. NATO spy plane call sign XB over Kiev. Yes, fallen race. Yes, no, that's not a NATO spy plane. It's a U.S. reconnaissance drone. We've been following it for a couple nights now. It is a Northrop Grumman Global Hawk surveillance drone. It is unarmed, and we have been watching it. Yeah, as I said, for the past couple nights now. It changed its call sign tonight, though. It's been known recently as Forte 10, and now it is going by the call sign XBCKOC or whatever it is. Let's find it here. There we go. XBKCO. So there's XBKCO. Why is it not? There we go. XBKCO, and we got Homer 71 down here. So these are our two. These are our two aircraft of interest. Homer 71 down yonder, and XBKCO up here, which is our reconnaissance aircraft. Come on, let's keep those selected here. We might just take a. Maybe just keep an eye on XBKCO. Actually, I really want to know what Homer 71 is doing down here, so we're going to keep tabs on him too. Fallen Ray says, I believe it's NATO, so if Russia attacks, NATO will have no reason to join. We actually know it's U.S. Air Force because of the airbase it flew out of in Italy. And yeah, it's XBKCO, Fallen Rays. That's it's a U.S. Air Force Northrop Grumman Global Hawk U.S. surveillance drone, unmanned. Robert Fell says, hi from down under. Well, hey, man, it is awesome to have an Australian in the stream, man, in the chat. That's awesome. Specific Ocean says, anyone know the protocol for changing call signs? Did one mission and new command? Yeah, no, yeah. Anybody knows? For military aircraft, they can turn them on, they can change them, they can do whatever they want at any time. And as we were talking about earlier, all of this transponder information can be faked, at any time. Dr. Device may not have coverage for that area though. Fallen Rays, thank you for the info. Yeah, no problem. Thank you for tuning in. Dr. Vice, I think most of the dudes were British that run it. Just trying to get a scope on the news here. Abdullah says Russia is using civil aircraft as reconnaissance operation. Most of them are taking off from Russian air bases. I honestly wouldn't put it past them. All right, guys. So, just reported 39 minutes ago. This is breaking news. The OSCE, that's the observation agency in Ukraine that is there to observe the conflict between the Russians and the Ukrainians. Okay, the monitoring mission confirmed one civilian casualty in the government. It's actually two. Sorry, two confirmed civilian casualties. Or no, sorry, that's one on top of the two that we had earlier, making three. So the OSCE's Special Monitoring Mission deployed the conflict zone said it had logged 553 explosions in Donetsk in the past 24 hours. A further 860 explosions were reported in neighboring Luhansk. Both numbers were valid as of 16:30 GMT on Friday. It said in a statement released late on Saturday. John Thompson says L6334 Romanian government helicopter flying over Romania. Well, we're gonna keep tabs on it on the stream though. For our main two aircraft of interest right now are going to continue to be Homer 71 and XBKCO because they are definitely the aircraft we want to have our eyes on. Um, Saint Boniface says smoke coming out of that place in the first video in the corner. I actually saw that a little bit ago. I'm pretty sure that's just a. I'm pretty sure that's just like a steam vent or something over there. It's a smokestack right here. But yeah, keep an eye on these cameras because the cameras are going to give us our first indications of any kinetic bombardment. But as I said earlier, I doubt any of these cameras will be operational during a kinetic bombardment because of the fact that they're going to launch a cyber attack and the power grid is going to go down first thing. To everybody tuning in on Twitch, thank you guys so much for tuning in. Press that follow button. If you want to find links to our Discord or the YouTube channel, you can find those below. Anybody joining us on YouTube, thank you guys. You guys are awesome. All right, thank you guys for sharing the information that you're sharing, asking the questions, and just keeping this discussion up. This is great. Um, if you guys want to know how to support us, if you guys want to get updates in the next couple days, just go ahead and hit that subscribe button. It helps me out a ton, and when I put new streams out, new videos, you guys will get notifications for that right away. Does that dip by Homer by Kiev mean that Russian army is advancing and Homer dipped to catch a better view from the wing cameras? Possibly. I definitely think there is a reason why Forte 10 changed its call sign to XPKCO, and I definitely think there's a reason why Homer 71 is flying over the Baltic right now at this moment. Blanco 1 says, "What's happening here?" Hey man, thank you so much for tuning in tonight. We're piecing together this puzzle live as it happens over in Ukraine, um, part of this developing Ukrainian Russian invasion that is occurring here. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break, stretch my legs, walk around for a bit. You guys keep an eye on these aircraft here. Keep an eye on these cameras. Keep an eye on the news tickers, and we'll be back here in a few minutes. Kelly Smith says, Asian news on Twitter, video convoy at Ukraine border road from Belgrade. Yeah, I've seen similar reports of convoys and Russian military hardware moving across the at least eastern borders into Donetsk and Luhansk. Gia Truth says, anyone tracking the Russian ships in the Black Sea? Homer 71 is tracking those ships right now. That's why we're tracking that plane. Those ships, last I heard, were in a blockade position, um, and had been there for quite a few days. Robert Fell says, how long are you guys going to be on the air? It says 24/7. This is 24/7. We are going to be going indefinitely. Okay, indefinitely until this crisis has come to an end. I'm going to try to keep the stream up for as long as I can, but sometimes the stream will go down, and so there might be slight downtime periods where we have to get the stream back up online. Okay, but if you subscribe, you'll get the update notifications for when the streams go live. But at the moment, the plan is to keep it on 24/7 for as long as we can. Specific Ocean says, "Wait, you know about the naval tracking site, right? You might be able to see some military hardware moving there." Yeah, I know there is one. I haven't got it. We haven't got it up here on screen yet, but we could probably get that. We could probably get that for sure. Send over the link if you have one, and we'll check it out. Gentry says, "Great, yeah, they will try to take the ports." Yes, very true. That's why we have eyes on Odessa and the southern coastline here of Ukraine. It's why the Navy is there. It's why the Russian Navy is there. Max Lowe says, "I'm making this stream at home." That's awesome, dude. Great to know. All right, guys, I'm gonna be back in about 5 minutes. I'm gonna take a little break here, but we'll be back shortly. All right, guys. Yeah, I'm just taking a break for a little while here, and when we get back, I'm going to be going over some updates about what's going on in Donetsk and Luhansk and the eastern part of Ukraine. We got some new information coming in here over the past 30 minutes or so that we're going to cover. We're also going to keep taking a look here at Homer 71 and the other flights that we got going on over here over Ukraine with that unmanned surveillance drone and the RC-175 U.S. Air Force plane. But I'm gonna, as I said, I'm gonna take a little break here for a minute, um, and we'll be back here shortly. Hey, Dimitro, welcome to the stream, man. I don't know if you can understand me. You seem to be an English speaker, but if you are actually from Ukraine, can you give us a little bit of an update on what's going on there in the ground? Honestly, if anybody in the chat is from Ukraine and has any updates to give us on what's going on in the eastern part of the country, we've heard a bunch about a power outages, and increased shelling and stuff along the eastern side of Ukraine there. So if anybody has any updates to give, go ahead, sound off in the chat. But I'll be back with you guys here shortly. We're gonna go over some of the updates over the past couple hours here for you, and we're gonna be looking at some other camera angles, see if we can get a look at what's going on in some other parts of Ukraine. Dimitro says Russia will attack. Yes, I believe that is unfortunately true. Um, Let me know, guys, if I'm coming through fine on the stream, if everything looks good on the stream, if the audio is coming through good. Dimitro says we need help. Yes, where Dimitro, if you are in Ukraine, what part of Ukraine are you in? Awesome, guys. Thank you. So this camera, so for those of you in the stream just joining in, occasionally these are live cameras from Ukraine. Occasionally we do get freezes for a few seconds, and see as you see they're updated. Now, if we see them start to go down for long periods of time, that's when we know that something is up. Last night we had two cameras in Donetsk go down. All of our cameras in Luhansk are down. We still have not gotten any camera angles in Donetsk or Luhansk back up that I know of. Max Lowe says, "Have they invaded at 10 a.m. before?" Well, the Russians, if they were to make moves, they would probably be doing it in the early morning hours. Honestly, it could happen at any time, though. And Obviously, the invasion would start with, as we've been talking about all night, power grid failure, cyber attacks, and then it'd be followed by aerial bombardment. And they don't need to do that stuff at nighttime. Okay, any actual troop movements into the country, including special forces, that would all happen after the battlefield has been prepped by aerial bombardment. Eddie Walker says, "Why the repeater? Repeater for what? My bad," he says. Ukraine should have kept NATO and US out. Now Ukraine loses itself, says Tiwi. Yeah, some could argue. Do the T-80s, Maxwell says, do the T-80s have thermals? I'm pretty sure most Russian tanks, like if they were to roll tanks into Ukraine, they'd be doing that in the daytime due to a lack of night vision and thermal capability. But I'm not an expert on Russian military hardware, so I don't know for sure. But I would suspect that they would be doing any actual movements into the country probably in the early morning hours. Benjamin said Russia was always going to attack Ukraine. Yes, that is very true. They have always. This has been building up now for, some would argue, 8 years, but some would argue even longer than that. This is not only a war for resources and for land, but also it's a war of ideology, for Putin at least. Duke 45 heading east to Ukraine border. All right, let's take a look at Duke 45 here. I've been seeing this call sign quite a bit actually past hour or so here. Duke 45. All right, let's get a fix on Duke 45. United States Army Where is Duke 45? There's Duke 45. Hey, Dukey Duke. It's a Blackhawk. All right. Well, we'll keep a track. We'll keep some tabs on that Blackhawk there as well. We got no call sign here in uh Odessa. We don't not too sure what's going on there. But we're gonna keep an eye on that. We got a bunch of aircraft here that we are tracking tonight, not just our unmanned drone there. Homer 71 still strafing back and forth in the Black Sea, keeping an eye on things down there for us. We're gonna keep an eye on that. Yeah, the the red eye Russian spy bird is back again. He's been frequenting this stream quite a lot tonight. Yes, this has been confirmed. All of the pigeons are Russian spy drones. We have confirmed this with multiple sources. This just in from Reuters. All pigeons are Russian spy drones. First sign of imminent Russian invasion. First, they send in the spy pigeons, and then it's cyber attacks, and then aerial bombardment. To everybody tuning into the stream or just joining us, you're watching Emiko TV. We are here tonight on behalf of INDB Internet News Database, streaming the possible Russian invasion of Ukraine and trying to piece together this ever-evolving puzzle that is changing by the minute. We're going to be streaming 24/7 for the foreseeable future until this crisis basically resolves itself. Kim says, "How long will your stream be up?" It's going to be up forever. We might have occasional periods where the stream gets disconnected or goes down for short periods of time, but it usually will pop right back up. We're streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so if one of the streams goes down, like if our YouTube stream goes down, go check out the Twitch channel because the same stream is going to both Twitch and YouTube. Okay. Uh, Make sure to hit that subscribe button, guys. It helps us out a ton. All right, that'd be awesome if you could hit that subscribe button. It'll not only keep you alerted of updates when we go live, or when I upload a video, but also it helps us out a ton. Okay, if you're watching on Twitch, make sure to hit that follow button. I don't. Whenever I stream on YouTube, I'm streaming on Twitch. Okay, and vice versa. So Pacific Ocean says CNN breaking: Russian invasion confirmed by presence of ARRF bird drones. AFRF bird drones. That's pretty funny, man. Yeah, I'm convinced. I'm convinced the pigeons are all KGB spy drones. JB says the Russians have hypersonic spy pigeons. Yes, yes, another advancement in their ever-evolving arsenal. Can F-35s fly just below Ukrainian Su-27s, fire missiles against Russian jets at night time, and then quickly slip away? I don't know. I'm not an expert on Russian and U.S. military aircraft. I do know a couple things, though. Fun fact: I don't know if you guys have seen the. There's been a lot of footage and pictures floating around on the news of Russian tanks. Okay, in this in like amongst this buildup along the Ukrainian border, and some of you might have noticed that a lot of these tanks have been retrofitted with metal grates on top of them. Okay, and I'd noticed this about a week or two ago. I was watching developments of the troop buildup, and I had noticed I kept seeing on a lot of their Russian tanks these metal grates that were like very very shoddily retrofitted to the tops of the tanks. I'm like, okay, what are these for? At first, I thought, okay, maybe they're to keep the snow off, the top turret area, something like that. Maybe for some kind of camouflage. I realized all of those grates are to thwart the Javelin anti-tank missiles, which the U.S. has supplied to Ukraine, and the Russians just over the past couple weeks have begun to retrofit all of their tanks with these metal grates on the top. You can look up, yes, the cage shields, Pacific Ocean, yes, and so the Javelin missiles, okay, the U.S. Javelin anti-tank missiles, you fire them from a shoulder-mounted missile launcher, okay. The missile goes up into the sky and then it comes down onto the tank, okay. It comes down onto the target. At the top of these Russian tanks, the armor is a lot thinner, and so when the Javelin missile comes down, it's able to penetrate the armor, okay. It does the penetrating via what's known as a shape charge jet, okay, an armor-piercing jet, okay. So within that missile, there's what's known as a shape charge, all right, which is a charge that allows you to penetrate armor. Okay, by the Russians retrofitting these metal cages, all right, these cage shields to the top of the tanks, they're able to thwart the. Yes, it basically causes the Javelin missiles to detonate early, which makes the shape charge armor piercing jet not work, okay, because it needs to contact the armor upon detonation to penetrate the armor, okay. So the Russians over the past couple weeks have retrofitted all of their main battle tanks with these shoddily welded steel cages, okay, on the top of their turrets, and they wouldn't be doing that if they weren't actually planning to go in. Okay, there's a lot of work that has to go into outfitting all of these thousands of tanks with these cage shields. All right, and they wouldn't be doing that if they were just going to sit there on the border and not use them. Specific Ocean says javelins can attack from front and rear as well, though. Yeah, I believe that's true. I'm not an expert on javelin missile systems. One thing I do know is that that's the reason why the Russians are now doing the cage shields to thwart from top down missile attacks by those javelin systems. Duke 47 up now. Yeah, it's been up for a minute, hasn't it? Yeah, Homer 71 is doing exactly what I thought it was. It's going back up along that track there. No call sign, just putzing along, and our drone is just putzing along. I'm not paying too much attention right now to the air traffic. I'm kind of letting you guys monitor that and just kind of keeping an eye on the chat here, see if I can answer everybody's questions. Pepper says, two Blackhawks, Duke 45, Duke 47, pay attention. Okay, all right, we'll keep an eye on them. I got Duke 45 on the map here. And I got another screen open here with another flight radar, so I can keep tabs on multiple aircraft here at once. Gotta block that Marshall fella, dude. He's in desperate need of attention. Well, if he posts again about the TikTok propaganda, we'll have to do some about that Marshall. So let's take a chill pill, man. Take a little R&R for a second. JBB says Duke 45 should cross the Ukraine border in 10 to 15 minutes. Roger that. We will keep an eye on that. Alex H. A lot of stuff has gone down with two Blackhawks. Very true. Where's Duke 36? Yeah, not sure. Don't have eyes on Duke 36 on the map right now. HKY 125, United States, U.S. Air Force. Yes, we were looking at HKY 125 earlier. We still have eyes on Homer 71. Hey, can somebody tell me what our most viewed aircraft is right now on Flight Radar? What's the number one tracked? Somebody tell me what the number one tracked is in the chat. Okay, yeah, we're gonna have to give AK Marshall here a little bit of a timeout. Sorry about that, bud. Better luck next time. John Thompson, Duke 36. Everybody's talking about Duke 36. I got eyes on Duke 45. No eyes on Duke 36 right now. I'm gonna bring that up here on my other screen. Yeah, John, we've been tracking XBKCO, also known as Forte 10. It's that Northrop Grumman Global Hawk unmanned surveillance drone. We've been tracking that all night. It's on its cookie cutter surveillance path, which has been on all night. Yeah, thought you were gonna share some updates you just learned about. Yes, we're gonna get to that here in a second. I'm just basically gonna go through all of the posts from like the past hour or two here, just so we can kind of go over, make sure everybody's on the same base, on the same page. Young Joseph says TikTok propaganda confirmed. So I got some video out of Luhansk here 6 minutes ago. Shelling frontline community in Luhansk. So there is active shelling still going on. We've been hearing reports of this over the past couple hours. That's definitely Luhansk. Explosions heard overnight in central separate city Donetsk in East Ukraine, as per reports. Occupation of Donetsk and Luhansk. So yeah, they have moved in. So there is reports of forces moving across the border into the rebel-controlled areas. Okay, so that's Donetsk, Luhansk. Pepper says too much going on right now. Yeah, I agree. There is. We got a lot of we got a lot of action going on in the air right now. We got a lot of action going on the ground right now. We got updates coming in. 20 minutes ago, we got footage out of Donetsk that it's under heavy bombardment, and at the same time, Luhansk is under bombardment as well. So there is definitely heavy back and forth shelling going on in the east right now. So yeah, more reports that Russian army and Russian military hardware has moved across the borders uh, into Ukraine, into the Donetsk and Luhansk regions. Okay, there's also the mobilization of the local forces there, which occurred over the past 12 hours. And there's reports that they are bringing in troops on the buses, the same buses that they were evacuating civilians on. CTA 055AK Russian Air Force just took off. We'll have to take a look at that. We're almost at 10 a.m. there. Yes, very true. We're getting there. Um, Mason says, "Are you in U.S. or Ukrainian?" We are in the U.S. Okay, but all of these feeds you are seeing are coming live to you from Ukraine. Lonnie says, "Why no live video from shelling area?" Because all of our cameras have been taken down in the shelling areas. I would say about 5-6 hours ago, all the cameras in Donetsk went down. All of our cameras in Luhansk also went down. I think there are a couple webcams up in that area. I don't know if somebody can find a couple sources, couple CCTV sources. Let us know if you guys see anything on those, and we'll get them up on screen here for you. But at the moment, I don't know of any Luhansk or Donetsk angles that are worthy of looking at and are still up. Um, a lot of the if there are any still up, they probably don't have audio. Okay. 60 said Duke 45 turned south, might be doing a loop. All right, we're gonna have to take a look at that here in a second. Did they complete the nuclear drills, says Piano Man? No, it's my understanding that Putin is still at his military command and control center this morning, and they are still in the midst of their quote-unquote Russian, or sorry, nuclear drills. So, also reports coming in the past 35 minutes here of civilian casualties in Luhansk. Crescent, hi to you, man. Thank you for tuning in this evening, or I guess in Ukraine this morning. Here, for anybody watching on YouTube, thank you guys so much for tuning in. It's awesome. Keep up that discussion. If you guys like to support us and get updates for future streams, make sure to hit that subscribe button. If you guys are watching us on Twitch, thank you so much for tuning in on Twitch. It's awesome to see that we got some people watching over there on Twitch. So make sure to hit that follow button, you guys. Duke 45 landing, okay. Duke 45 turned south. Everybody got eyes on Duke 45 right now. What's our most viewed aircraft? I don't think yeah, so we still got most viewed XBKCO. So that drone, our surveillance drone is still the most viewed. Okay, and then Homer 71. A lot of eyes in chat here though on Duke 45. So we're going to keep an eye on what's going on with that. Wasn't it right here? I've lost eyes on Duke 45 now. Oh, here we go. Here's Duke 45. Okay, we got Duke 45 there. Let's go back to multi so I can get multiple aircraft here. Okay, where's our drone friend? There we go. XBKCO, and Homer 71 is on his same flight path he's been on. Greg says, "How do you know it's a drone?" Okay, well, so there's a couple things that tell us it's a drone. All right. First of all, we've been tracking it for a couple days now. All right. Up till tonight, it was going by the call sign Forte 10. If you look up Forte 10, you can see some information about uh, their flights that they do out of Italy up into the Baltic states. It's been something that's been going on over the past couple months. Okay, it's usual. What's unusual is the fact that over the past 2 nights they've been doing it consistently. They've had this drone in the air at all times. Now, how do we know it's a drone? Okay, well, the past few nights that we've been tracking it, it's been showing up as the call sign Forte 10, and on the transponder information, we can see what type of aircraft it is. It shows that it's a Northrop Grumman Global Hawk, which is a unmanned reconnaissance drone. Okay, and another thing, yep, hang time. A specific ocean said hang time. That is another thing that can tell you. But here's how we know it's the same drone. Okay, is because the past couple nights we've been tracking it. First of all, they all take off out of Italy at this Air Force base here near Cantina. Okay, and hold on, let me get that back in. Let me get that back on the radar here so I can show you what I'm talking about. Okay, so if you go down here, you follow the flight path down here. You'll notice when it takes off out of the base, it does a circle holding pattern for a while, about an hour. Okay, during that period, they test all of the equipment on board the drone, okay, to make sure that it's not going to go down once it's a couple thousand miles away in Ukraine, okay, because if it goes down in Ukraine, it could be intercepted by Russian military units, rebels, whatever, and they don't want U.S. hardware, especially surveillance hardware, getting into the hands of the Russians. Okay. Another reason we know it's the drone, besides that holding pattern and its hang time, is because as we've been tracking Forte 10 the past couple nights, okay, we have witnessed this exact patrol pattern. Okay, it goes down, they stop right before they get to the eastern part of the country, right down by Donetsk, Luhansk, Mariupol. They turn around right by the Dnipro. They go right up the Dnipro, right under Kiev. They don't go up by Belarus. They go right under Kiev and right up here. They stop right before Lviv and they turn around and go back. Okay, same path this drone is doing right now. Okay. And so that is what tells us that this is the same drone which we have been tracking for the past couple nights. John Thompson says, "Where's Forte 12?" Good question. But yeah, tonight is the first night that they have stopped calling it Forte 10 and are calling it. Well, actually, there's no transponder. It's an invalid transponder code when you click on the drone itself. Where's that? Where's that data? Why am I not getting my sidebar here? I'm gonna have to refresh this page. There we go. All right, we're gonna keep an eye on that there. What's Homer 71 doing? Is he still where he needs to be? Yeah, he is. Okay, so we're gonna keep an eye on those two. Homer 71 and XBKCO, aka Forte 10. Greg says, "Wow, thanks for the answer. No problem, man. If you have any questions, feel free to shoot them out in the chat, and we'll answer them as best we can." Andrew Napper says, "Who would win, Putin or Giant Pigeon?" My bets are on Giant Pigeon. Depends on how giant we're talking about here. Anybody have eyes on still on Duke 45? What's the movements on Duke 45 looking at? John Highlander says, "Have you seen any abnormalities with these flights over the past 24 hours?" Yes. Okay, so first of all, we've seen a severe decrease in commercial flights in and around Ukraine just in the past 12 hours. Just in the past 12 hours, I've seen a definite decrease. Um, Also, we've seen a definite uptick in the past 12 hours of U.S. military flights in and around Ukraine and the Black Sea and the Baltics, okay? Just over the past 2 hours, we've seen an increase in these flights, okay? With Duke 45, Duke 36, all these Strato tankers running around, resupplying U.S. Air Force assets that are in the air over the Black Sea. We've got Homer 71 doing passes. I think somebody said there was another RC 175 up at one point. There's a lot of aircraft activity that is happening now that wasn't 24 hours or even 12 hours ago. All right, guys, I'm going to take a quick break. Duke landed, he says. Okay, 60 says Duke landed. 60, thank you so much for staying with us here tonight and keeping an eye on those aircraft there. And so Duke has landed. How far was the travel on that 60? How far did they go? From where did they take off and where did they land, if anybody has that information? Alex Gleed says, "Think people forget the 6 LST and 30 surface ships Russia has exercising off Crimea. No one knows if they are embarked forces or." Yeah, see, we've been talking about that all night, Alex. All night, we're talking. So that's the reason Homer 71, that plane you see in the lower right there, that's the reason why it is in the Black Sea right now. It's doing recon on that Russian naval military hardware that is positioned in the Black Sea at this time. Fallen Ray says live evacuation on YouTube channel. Rupply video feed might be down currently due to cyber attacks. I'll have to take a look at that in a minute. That is the Russian television, so that is the Russian news network. So we should be able to see what they're saying on their side of the the spectrum here. Uh, yep. ASA K2 said. 2K2 said, I haven't seen some U.S. Air Force planes around Syria in the past few days. Yes, there's been a lot of heightened activity all around the Middle East, Indo-Pacific, and right up into Europe because of this ongoing situation. John Thompson says Canada Royal Glowmaster Air Force, yeah, boy, C-17A, Glowmaster 3. Where's the location on that? If you got the location, live evacuation on Ruptly, says Young Joseph. If somebody could get a link in chat to that Ruptly stream, that'd be really helpful. So we could all take a look at that. John Highlander says, "Forgive my ignorance, but are you able to see Russian flight patterns at all as well?" Yes. Okay, that's not an ignorant question at all. That's a very smart question. Most Russian military hardware flights, most Russian military flights we're not going to be able to see on this radar. They're probably transponders off, knowing the Russians and just how they operate. All commercial flights, though, most commercial flights we can see on the radar. Putin spy pigeon. Yes, this is confirmed. He's been sitting. This pigeon has been here now for probably an hour or more, and he's definitely pretty sus. Specific Ocean says, and do remember that cyber attacks and attacks on the infrastructure may or may not be total. We'll likely see many areas without power or internet while others are fine. Exactly what I was saying earlier tonight. We probably won't see, you'll probably see sporadic power outages across Ukraine because you got to imagine the Ukrainians are right there to try, they have redundancies in place. They have plans in place for these cyber attacks. When they happen, when the grid goes down, they will attempt to put it back up as quickly as possible. However, I believe that the airspace will be in complete control of the Russians and communications will be in complete control by the Russians as well. Power grid, though, we will probably see power, as Ocean said, we will see some sporadic power outages across the country. I don't think we'll see a complete grid failure. I mean, it depends on what the Russians have up their sleeve. All right, guys, I will be right back here shortly for you. All right, guys. We're about to run down the last hour or so of updates here with you guys. I'm just taking a quick break, and we'll be back here shortly to go over the most recent developments in the eastern part of Ukraine. We got a lot of reports coming in of, of both shelling, power outages, communications being down. There's all sorts of conflicting news reports coming in actually out of eastern Ukraine right now. So we're gonna tackle that in a minute. We're also gonna look at the aircraft that we're tracking on the map here, and kind of take a look at what's going on in the airspace. But we'll be back here in a second. All right, guys. To everybody that's new tuning in, thank you guys for watching. It's highly appreciated. Thank you for sharing information in the chat. I see we got a couple Russian brothers in the live chat. Thank you guys for tuning in, man. It's awesome. Um, if you guys are watching on YouTube, make sure to hit that subscribe button. It's the best way to get notifications when streams go live, okay, or videos go live. And it's the best way to support the channel. All right. If you guys are watching on Twitch, make sure to hit that follow button. Glad to see we got some people watching over there on Twitch. That's awesome. A lot of people talking about Duke 49 now. So there's a lot of Blackhawk activity going on over there right now. We're still just keeping an eye on Homer 71 and our drone friend up here on the map. So we're keeping an eye on that. There's just some. We're just gonna go over kind of like the information from the past couple hours here. Um, as we said before, there's been reportings of power outages in Donetsk and Luhansk, basically the entire eastern region and some southern parts of Ukraine. Those reports of those power outages are unconfirmed at this time. I think we'll know more later in the day as the day progresses. But there's been so many reports coming in that there's definitely something going on over there. OSCE had claimed that three soldiers had been wounded, or sorry, killed, five wounded this morning, or at least in the past 12 hours. We got KGB spy birds intervening on our cameras here in Kiev. Our Kiev cam looks to be frozen up here for a second. We'll see if we can get that back for you. In fact, our Dnipro cam is also frozen. And our Lviv cam is also frozen. Interesting. Okay. All right, we got Dnipro back. How about that Kiev cam, huh? Yeah, Sophia Square. All right, we're gonna go ahead and get this cam refreshed here, so we can check in on our KGB pigeon friend. Okay, we got that back up and running. All right. Some people congregating in Lviv here today. Not sure what's going on. Little public gathering. Yeah, so our camera's here, back up and operational. Holy cow, a hell of a lot of traffic all of a sudden down here in, God, wherever this is. I totally forgot. Is that Kharkiv? No, Dnipro River. Oh, that's Odessa. So, Nakhimov Square. That's Kharkiv. Oh, so this is Odessa City. I believe this is Odessa here that we are saying. Yep. That's the Odessa cam. Rupley is down, says Fallen Rays. We're gonna go over and check out. There was people were saying that there was some live streams of the evacuations occurring. We're gonna see that. Chaser says thanks for the stream. You have been up all day. Yes, I have literally been up all day and night now. So I'm gonna be soon. I'll be taking off. In about an hour or two here, I'll be taking off for the night to get some rest. But the stream is going to continue on. I am gonna try to get maybe some background music going for you guys. Unless you think that we could do without, we'll just keep going how we are like this. And then I'll be back at it in the morning, first thing. Um, but we're gonna try to. Specific Ocean says, "How do you plan on like sleeping?" Well, as I said, when I go to hit the hay, I'm gonna try to keep the stream up online for you guys, as long as we can, and keep sharing some information in the chat, just to kind of keep discussion going. Maxlow says, "I will leave stream running, no music." Right on. We're just gonna keep no background music. We're gonna keep the stream running as long as we can. As I said, though, I'm going to be here for another hour or two, giving you guys updates as the morning in Ukraine unfolds. I want to see what happens over there. Joseph says, "Thank you for your service. Get some rest and background music." Just not Selena Gomez. Right on. Yeah, we had some background music earlier that we had used for like 4 or 5 hours, but then all of a sudden YouTube suspended our stream for a couple minutes because of copyright on that. Not sure what that was about because it was royalty free, but whatever. Tunatastic says, "Is the bird thing a joke or is it really a spy thing? Then I'm being stupid." You never know. You never know. Specific Ocean, I'm sure you know, but I think Twitch streams have to have a host TOS wise. Yeah, I don't really care. I'm pretty sure there's pretty much no way for them to actively detect if there is a host on the stream or not. However, w- we'll see what happens. If the Twitch stream goes down, any of you guys watching on Twitch, you can always jump over onto the YouTube stream. If the stream, yes, need to be careful of copyright reports. Yeah, I know. I've been in the streaming YouTube game, streaming and YouTube video game for quite a long time, and I know how the copyright system works very well. But what I'm going to try to do is keep the stream up. If it happens to go down while I'm sleeping, as soon as I wake up, I will put the stream back up for you guys. But I'm hoping it'll just stay up steady all night while I'm getting some rest, and then in the morning we'll get back at it. If as I said, if the stream goes down though, make sure you guys are subscribed, and as soon as the stream comes back up in the morning, I will have it up. But as I said, it's gonna as of now, it's set to stay on 24 hours. But you never know if something disconnects. It's kind of hard to keep tabs on that. Giotти says, "Thanks so much. Wish you could stay on. Best coverage I've seen so far. Thank you so much, man. Yeah, I'm gonna try to continue improving on the stream into tomorrow. We're gonna get some more features, some more camera angles, and get everything set up a little bit better. I wasn't that prepared for tonight's stream, so we're gonna be prepared tomorrow. And yeah, as I said, I'll be on for another hour or so here, maybe a little bit longer than that. Even I still got some fight in me here. Young Joseph says they're learning emotions. Yes, I would not trust those damn spy pigeons. Eddie Walker says, by the time you wake, Russia will be much larger. Yeah, that would honestly. I have notifications set up on my phone to where if shit starts going down, I should be able to wake up, but I might sleep through the initial parts of this invasion. I'm really hoping if anything happens, it can at least wait till I get up. If not, wait indefinitely, because we hope that nothing happens. Really, in the end here, we pray for the preservation of the Ukrainian people and their territory. Okay, but in the event that something does happen, I would like to at least be up to cover it for you guys. So Gary N says, "Hello, guys from Asia." Hey, Gary, thank you so much for tuning in, man. Peter Greaves, Suncoast, QLD, Australia, Ruptly TV is down, feed cut now. All right, well, we're going to take a look right now, actually, at Ruptly. I'm going to see if I can get that stream up that you guys were talking about there. Just to really quickly update on XPKCO, he's still doing his same thing. Looks like he took a little bit of crosscut there. On his last pass, but yeah, he's still doing his same thing. We're keeping eyes on XPKCO to make sure that we don't miss any divergence on that flight path there. I'm gonna go ahead and take a look at Ruptly here and see if we can uh, get that. There has to be at least a recording of that live stream that occurred earlier. OG Trev says, "Is your system set to auto refresh in your absence?" The only thing I need to refresh is everything else should stay on. Sometimes the cameras go down, as I said, but they usually will refresh themselves. The only thing that needs to be refreshed manually is the flight radar, and I have a script for that. So when I go to sleep later, um, it should refresh the radar to keep that operational for you guys, so you can see that. If not, then we'll deal with it when I wake up. Um, yeah, dear, dear Russia, please hold your invasion. I'd like to sleep in. Best regards. Yeah, yeah, same. Eddie Walker says, when your live cam goes down in your neighborhood, run. Yes, very true. So if you're in Ukraine. Young Joseph said, I'll definitely tune in as soon as I wake up. Thank you so much, man. Sri Music says that cam videos are loop mode. No, none of them are in loop mode. These are all actual real time live cameras. And in fact, you can locate all of these cams yourself. Tomorrow, I'm going to update the description in underneath the video with links to all of the camera angles, so you guys can look at them yourself. All of these camera angles that we are looking at right now are coming off of Baltic Live Cam. Actually, I have a couple coming. Shush, kitty. I have a couple coming off uastreaming.net and a couple coming off balticlivecam.com. And as I said, our flight radar here is provided for free by flightradar24.com. You guys can use that as well. This is all open source, publicly available information. Get Putin on the phone with your sleep schedule, says 69. Yes, that is very, very true. I should do that. Little did we know that Russia sunk Ukraine in the ocean hours ago, and these cameras are just a day before we played. Yeah, that'd be hilarious. If Russia is going to invade, my gut feeling would be that they invade tonight in Ukraine. Yes, yes. All signs have been pointing to the 20th or sometime after the 20th. There was the original speculation of it being the 16th and even earlier than that, but really the original date marked on everybody's calendars was the 20th and after the Olympics. Pacific Ocean says, "Let the kitty speak." He was voicing his outrage against the KGB pigeons. OG Trev, does Ukraine have a map of power outages going on? No, I have not been able to locate anything like that. I was looking a few minutes ago, or sorry, not a few minutes ago, but earlier in the evening. Um, yeah, so really trying to find that Ruptly live stream that people were talking about. Oh yeah, actually, yeah, okay, right here. I'm gonna post this. I'll post this in the chat for you guys. But you guys, this is live footage from this morning of the evacuations taking place um, in and around eastern Ukraine, so you guys can get an idea. So the buses that you're seeing these people loading onto, I've posted both links to those video guys in the live chat. Um, so the buses you're seeing people being loaded onto, been reports that they're coming back loaded with Russian military units. I don't know if that is a credible report, but we'll see. So yeah, that is confirmation that there are continued evacuations going on in and around the eastern portion of Ukraine. I'll go ahead and see if I can get any updates from Twitter for you guys, from the ever undependable, unreliable Twitter. Yeah, I mean, a lot of reports talking about how overnight pro-Russian rebels and government troops just basically fought through the night, and that goes right along with all of the reports of shelling we had since midnight in Ukraine. Giadi says, could cyber attacks hit our grid in the U.S.? Yeah, so we've been talking about that again tonight. So if Russia invades, we're going to immediately put sanctions on them. Okay, and when that happens, they will immediately retaliate. Okay, and U.S. intelligence, they're convinced that it will be in the form of immediate cyber attacks on both Europe and the United States. There's also speculation that this could happen since they know that we're immediately going to sanction them. They might just lead with the cyber attacks as they go into Ukraine, which will give them they'll not only will be simultaneously retaliating for the sanctions that are incoming, but they will be causing a media blackout, which will help give them a strategic edge as they move into Ukraine in that first 6 to 12 hours or so. We won't have eyes on what's going on over there because we'll be dealing with the cyber attack here in the States, which they can very easily make it out to look like it's another country. Okay, Duke 49 landing, just like Duke 45. Interesting activity with those Blackhawks there. I'll be back in like 2 minutes, guys. Stay tuned. I posted links to that Rupley stream of the evacuations that occurred this morning, that are occurring ongoing this morning. We have eyes on Homer 71 and our drone, just chilling in the air as it has been throughout the night. When we come back, I guess I'll go over some more of the. Yeah, actually, I'm open source intelligence sources are being flooded with images from Luhansk and Donetsk. Um, About 24 hours ago, Intel monitoring noticed that Belarus cut off update images from the road cameras. Okay, so actually that could be one of the reasons why our cameras in Donetsk and Luhansk are down. They could be cutting feeds. They could be cutting communications now. Direxus says, why can't U.S. do something about those cyber attacks if they're expecting it? They can, okay, but it's the nature of cyber attacks. All right, you can't always prepare for every outcome because you don't know what the attack vector is going to be. You don't know what systems they're going to exploit. You don't know how they're going to exploit them. What time they're going to exploit them. You know what I mean? I don't know if you guys remember the Colonial Pipeline hack. The Colonial Pipeline was a beta test for what we're looking at here. Okay, it was an alpha trial run. Okay, of what we are looking at possibly unfolding here. All right, you're talking about cyber attacks to not only the power grid, but infrastructure itself. Okay, communication infrastructure. All right, and you don't even need to directly attack economic infrastructure like our stock markets. By simply launching the attack on our power grids and stuff, you will in turn put a damper on the stock market. I mean, it would cause a tumbling market overnight, really. That's what I was thinking earlier, says Pacific Ocean. But the top left cam recovered quickly. Yes, these cams do pop. They do freeze for a second sometimes. We might even get like a cam like Dnipro. Sometimes will like actually go offline for a little while. But it's once we see all of them going offline and staying offline, that's when we know shit is hitting the fan. All right, so I'm gonna refresh that Dnipro footage for you. 8 inches slim says gas prices are about to go up. Yes, I've been telling people that for weeks now. That people here in the states, they don't think that this is going to affect them at all. Okay, that this is just some other war in the Middle East. You know what I mean? That we're going into, but really. This will have drastic consequences for our economy here in the United States, right down to from gas prices to our stock market, everything. Already we're suffering from a massive amount of inflation. At least where I'm at, groceries, gas, everything is going up, and I think this will just compound that. Eddie Walker says gas is already up over $1. Yes, and it will continue to go up, especially if Russia invades, because if Russia stops supplying all that fuel to Europe, it's going to cause the price of oil to drastically increase. Okay. All right, guys. I will be right back in a few minutes. Continue the conversation. If you guys have any questions, let me know. All right, guys. So I'm loving the live chat right now. You guys are awesome. I had no idea that the pigeon would become such an integral part of this stream. But I'm glad it has. Uh, yep. To reply to Deborah, who asked, "What's the evidence of them currently invading?" We got shelling overnight. Multiple, multiple killed, multiple wounded, confirmed by the OSCE. um, Reports of Russian military hardware moving over the border into Donetsk and Luhansk. That's been backed up by a slew of footage coming out of Ukraine over the past 12 hours. We're about to hear from Putin this morning, Biden this morning, probably. And We're also watching the developments in the air with Homer 71 and our XBKCD or CO drone, which is a U.S. Air Force unmanned reconnaissance drone that we have been tracking for multiple days now over Ukraine and watching it watch the developments happen. That's what tells us. That's these drones, these aircraft are what tells us where things are happening. Okay, we follow these aircraft. We follow the movements on the ground with CCTV cameras. We listen in for audio for artillery shelling, and we can get a good idea and start to piece together that puzzle on the ground. Another drone flying over Black Sea near Sochi. Yep, I expect them to. So over the past couple days, I was talking about this earlier. There's usually like a hang time between drones getting in the air. Over the past 2 days, this has been the same. Usually about the 3 to 4 hour hang time. And usually comes around I think like the late afternoon to evening when Ukrainian shelling is at its lowest. Okay, it's at its highest in the morning to midday, overnight to morning, and somewhere around midday is where it starts to kind of die off. I think. Um, but I think my guess is that they're going to put another global hawk right in the air as soon as this one heads for base in Italy. Creativity from the future says, in all seriousness, this is horrifying. What is about to happen, and my heart goes out to everyone in the world. Yeah, I totally agree. We're here. We're here not because we want to see what is happening, not because we're trying to glorify the possible invasion here, but it's because we need to observe, and it's important for people to be watching what is happening in Ukraine. Okay, we're talking about a conflict that is on the scale of World War II. Okay, we haven't seen anything like this in Europe since World War II. There has been no amassing of troops this large. We're talking 200,000 troops plus logistical and military hardware on the border of Ukraine. Okay, this is this is like the invasion of Poland and France shoved together. Okay, in scale here, right? And It's important that people are observing it. 69 said Duke 45 landed at Latinsko, possibly refueling. Okay, Duke 49 is at Duke 45's last landing position. Okay, cool. Thank you, 60, for keeping track of those flights. He's been at it literally all night. Awesome, man. Thank you so much. Um, Blanco says, "You think this happens soon?" I think this is It's already happening right now. Okay, one could argue that it's been happening for days. Okay, but really things are really starting to. I mean, the pieces are on the chessboard. They're moving. Everybody has just like set in stone this idea now. Like you heard Biden yesterday saying he's convinced they're moving in. Okay, the Russians over the past 12 to 24 hours have everything they've said, everything they've come out and said is we don't want to invade, but we're gonna have to. Like that's the vibe that they're trying to set right now. Okay, you have the evacuations occurring. They're using the same propaganda that we're using. Okay, the whole here in the West, you hear Russians are massing troops. Okay, in the east of Ukraine, you know what's on Russian TV? They're saying that in Russia and in eastern Ukraine, they're saying on Russian TV that Ukraine is amassing troops on Russia's borders, okay, on the borders with eastern Ukraine, that they're planning to invade eastern Ukraine. They're saying the same thing on either side, okay? Now, it is a fact that Russia has those forces on the border, okay? Um, Obviously, I mean, on the Russian side of things, I mean, we don't know if what they're saying is true or not. If the Ukrainian forces are kind of planning maybe a preemptive attack on eastern Ukraine, who knows, okay? The main narrative out of the West is that this is a false flag, all right, that they are trying to create a pretext to go in and invade. This could be done through many different means. We've been talking about this all night. One reason we're tracking the aircraft is because they could try to down an aircraft, very similar to how they downed Malaysian Air Flight's MH73 or whatever it is. I've got the exact flight number, but that was back in 2015 or whenever that occurred. But if you guys Google that, you look that up, very similar situation to what could occur here, and give them a pretext to invade. A false flag downing of a passenger airline, okay, somewhere over eastern Ukraine, okay. Um, that's one possibility. Uh, Over the past 12 hours, we've seen a lot of sabotages on Ukrainian power infrastructure and mostly the gas pipelines. I don't know if you guys have seen the footage of the gas pipelines in eastern Ukraine being sabotaged. They're calling it sabotage, right? And there was the shelling of like the kindergarten and the continued shelling along the demarcation line. Um, along that conflict zone between eastern and western Ukraine. Okay, there's been all sorts of shelling over the past 12 hours, so it could be kind of a combination of those things that leads Putin. Putin doesn't need much. Okay, he doesn't need much to go on Russian television and say, "Hey, yeah, they've left us no choice. We got to invade Ukraine." He doesn't need that. He doesn't need much. All right, let's get this radar refreshed here. Um, I don't think they're going to go as far as to create some massive false flag narrative, right? Like, down a passenger jet, like we were talking about, or, a chemical attack or some kind of manufactured attack. I don't think they need that. I think already the conflict that has occurred over the past 12 hours that we've been watching, right? The soldiers that have died and stuff, I believe they can already use that, okay, for a pretext to move in. 69 says Duke 47 and 49 appear to be getting movement together. Okay, awesome. We will keep tabs on those two aircraft as well. We will hear a lot of propaganda on all sides over the next few days. Yes, yes, that is very true. I mean, I've been saying this all day. Is that the situation? I've been following this situation for 8 years. Okay, but I've really been following this situation over the past 6 months, 6 months to a year. I don't know if you guys remember, but earlier this year, but it was like 8 months ago or something like that. Um, the Russians amassed 70,000 troops on the borders, and then they pulled them away. Okay, all right. This has been kind of going on for almost a year now. All right, really ramping up. Okay, and the situation has gone from evolving per the month to per the week, to then per the day, and now it's evolving per the hour, and per the minute. Okay, on the ground in Ukraine. Creativity says the symbolic relationship that Russia has with being able to disrupt the global economic balance is shockingly impactful. Yes, that is extremely true. Right? This is about regional interests. All right, this is about Putin's ideological interests and the regional interests of Russia. Okay, as a country. All right, it's about them regaining that sphere of influence. Okay, you guys, you got to think Putin. He's a ex KGB agent. Okay, he in the ninth grade he went to join the KGB, and they refused his entry. They told him to become a lawyer. So what does he do? He became a lawyer. And when he was 22, the KGB they had been keeping tabs on him all those years. They come back and they recruit him into the KGB. He then spent the next 20 something years or more in the KGB, all right. And during that time, he saw a lot of shit go down. Okay, and it's an ideological thing for Putin to put Russia back where it was in the Soviet Union. Okay, they want Ukraine, they want Moldova, they want Belarus, they want Latvia, Estonia, they want all of the Baltics. Okay, I agree. I agree. Propaganda is so effective. Free Alexei Navalny. Yeah, right on, right on. Dead Man's Wife. Americans love to eat up media propaganda. That's how you got woke media now. That is very true. That is very true. And it's about cutting through that. It's about cutting through the propaganda. Okay, that's what this is all about. You guys got to look at it from the right down the middle. All right, you got to look at what Russia's saying on one side of the spectrum and what the West is saying on the other side of the spectrum. All right, you have to look at it from an unbiased point of view. Okay, this isn't the Soviet communists versus the red blood Yankee Americans of the early 19th century, right, or the 1900s. This is a modern conflict. This is a modern crisis, right? That for at least for Putin, has some um, you know, ideological reasons that stem from his past, right? But I think this will be vastly different from any other conflict we've seen in at least the past 60 years, 60 to 100 years. Yes, Putin was lieutenant colonel in KGB in old East Germany. Yes, he did a lot in old East Germany. Um, so somebody said something about the drone being jammed. So this movement you see here, this is normal for that drone. I've talked about this a couple times tonight. That drone doesn't give out an accurate transponder signal. Like they purposely make deviations in the exact GPS coordinates of this drone for security purposes. And also, this indicator here, this direction indicator, means nothing for the actual direction that the drone is traveling. In fact, 45 appeared to have changed the entire flight record. Instead of traveling north like it had, it's displaying southeast travel now, southwest. That's interesting. JB says just lost contact with the National Police heli south of Pripyat. That's interesting. We'll have to keep tabs on that situation as well. 96258, roughly 30 kilometers from Russian border. Yep, we're keeping an eye on that as well. Homer 71 still patrolling in the Baltic. Still got eyes on our drone, who's heading pretty close to Sumy here. Some reported activity near Sumy recently. So, and it might do a pass down by Kharkiv. We'll see what's going on when the drone gets down that way. If you guys are just tuning in, thank you so much for hanging out with us on the stream and piecing together this ever-evolving puzzle of this Ukraine crisis here. If you're watching on Twitch, make sure to hit that follow button. If you're watching on YouTube, thank you guys so much. Hit that subscribe button. It helps us out a ton, and you guys will get updates when we go live, when the live streams go live in the future. We're going to continue on for the next probably half an hour here, so keeping you guys updated on this morning's developments. I'm going to go through and read kind of this morning's news out of Ukraine, and we're going to kind of go over everything, um, kind of make sure we cover all our bases and everybody's on the same page. We're going to keep tabs on these aircraft right now, and then probably sometime after that, I'm going to hit the hay for a couple hours, get some rest, and then we'll be right back at it in the morning. The stream will continue to stay up though and stay live. And hopefully it doesn't get disconnected. If it does, though, we'll be right back on the air as soon as I wake up in the morning. Um, we're streaming both on Twitch and YouTube. And Yumi says, does this channel do news or a variety of things? We do everything. We got our fingers dipped in every pie possible. This channel is just one ongoing, everlasting experiment. Ahmed says, hello, any new news? Yes, there's a lot of new news over the past couple hours. Somebody says 6258 disappeared. Transponder has gone offline. The Wild says, "What's the news?" The news is we have a ton of reports coming out this morning of shelling, basically across the entirety of eastern Ukraine. Reports of power outages. We have some very sketchy airspace activity over Ukraine. We've been following a whole slew of events over the past few hours here. Um, TX Guy, thank you so much for tuning in, man. Ahmed, thanks. Awesome to have you. Matt says, any activity going on in Taiwan during this time? We've been talking about that all night. Um, yeah, we'll definitely have to keep an eye on what's going on in the Pacific region. Because yeah, I definitely think we'll see some events occurring there over the next few weeks as this Ukrainian crisis unfolds. Geez, okay, all right. So yeah, a lot of activity in the Ukrainian airspace right now. Multiple helis in the air. Our drone is still on its flight path. Kharkiv also has some flights currently in the air. If anybody has any aircraft of interest besides Homer 71 and our drone here, let me know. Somebody said pet your cat for fuck's sakes. Yes, I gave him maximum pets. He was pretty demanding. It's been a few hours since he got the detention, or sorry, the attention that he so deserves. Creativity said new subscriber, impressed with the coverage. Thank you so much, man. Extremely helpful. Tell the kitty chat says hello. I think he gets the idea. Specific or sorry, Ahmed says English isn't my native language. Is there any wrong way of saying new news? I think he meant how I say new news. Alex7333 says don't look at Canada. AK Marshall's back at it again with the TikTok propaganda. All right, well, farewell, AK Marshall. Until next time. Pepper says, look at Duke 47 and 49. Roger, where is the current location? Are they still over in Poland? There's Duke 49. So, yeah, Duke 49 is making some interesting... these could be drills. Yeah, what is Duke 49 doing? Duke 47? Oh, they're in formation. Okay, there's two. Oh, okay. Alrighty, they're clipping. They're moving. All right, let's keep an eye on these guys here. Let's see what's going on here. These guys are hauling ass. Where's the transponder information? I'm gonna have to refresh this real quick, guys. Yeah, they're screaming southeast. We're getting a fix on these two bogeys here. We're gonna get them in our scope, in our sights here. Okay. Duke 47. So okay, yeah, both are Blackhawks, and they're up pretty high. They're not cruising low by any stretch of the imagination. Yep, they're right in formation with each other. So, are they like doing a patrol? This must be a patrol flight, right? It says Rizal to. I mean, unless they're going to Lviv, they must be doing like a patrol flight. This could be a drill. It could just be like a standard patrol flight. But we're gonna keep an eye on them. Yeah, they're moving pretty fast. I'm not getting a speed readout on here. All right, well, we're gonna keep an eye on these. Going to border, says Pepper. Well, we'll see. Uh, yeah, we'll see what happens here. There was talk about Russia and China having several meetings a few months back. Do you think that China could be backing Russia financially in this war? Yes. They're definitely backing them politically. Let's see if they cross, says Pepper. All right, let's keep an eye on. We're gonna keep an eye on Duke 49 and Duke 47 here. Yeah, they are moving pretty fast. Yeah, this could be a patrol flight. They might circle back around. That's kind of what I'm guessing this is. They're gonna they're gonna probably go along the border and circle back, but we'll see. They might cross the border into Ukraine. If so, I have bets that they're going to somewhere near Lviv. But they are coming in at an interesting angle. How far are they from border? They're pretty close. That's the border right here. This line here is the border, so they're coming in pretty quick. 115 knots says 69. Awesome. Thank you for the speed on that. Can somebody give me kind of a fucking crash course into what Duke 47 and 49 have been doing the past couple hours? Because I've been not really paying attention. I've been really focusing on the drone and Homer 7-1 and keeping you guys updated here. Weren't they just sitting around? Weren't they just sitting around like at that airport, wherever they were, in Rizal? Probably not pronouncing that right, but 211 kilometer ground speed. Yeah, that's pretty fast. Pretty fast. That's a really fast clip for a patrol, he says. Well, we will see. A lot of wear and tear at that speed. No, these are not Russian. These are U.S. Black Hawk, U.S. Army Black Hawk. 82nd Airborne, says Pepper. Well, that's a good guess. Could be. Specific Ocean says if you time how long it takes them to cross multiple grid squares, and you could average them to remove any small discrepancies and then just divide the time it took by the grid scale units. Yep, I'm pretty sure that's what 60 just did in his head, because I know how the guy thinks, and that's probably how he calculated that speed. Saving Private Draco, he says. All right, what are we doing? What's going on here? Are they still moving? Oh yeah, they're moving. Okay, let's keep an eye on them. They went from Milik to Rezva. Okay. It's hard to see anything clearly at that speed. Yes. Flight radar lists almost 20 Blackhawks on the ground in Milek. I don't know how. Once again, just you guys have to bear with me on the pronunciations here. Yeah, they're still heading towards the border here. This is the borderline here. We're gonna see what happens really quick. I'm gonna just scope out here, and we're gonna check in on XBKCO. It's still over there, and Homer 71 is making its way back over the Black Sea. Couple private aircraft. All right, we're gonna home back in on Duke 49, Duke 47 to see what's going on here. Yeah, they're moving. Nice tourist attraction on your left, Duke 49. Okay, yeah, they're moving on the border pretty quick. Let's keep with them. Pepper says 82nd and 101 are in Milek. Young Joseph, there's unconfirmed media saying Russia shot down a Ukrainian plane. Yeah, so this is right back to that theory I was talking about just moments ago about that for as part of their false flag, they could try to pull a Malaysian Airlines stunt like what happened back in 2015 with MH73 or whatever it was. If they cross the border, what are the implications concerning? Well, they're crossing into Ukrainian airspace. Okay, so they're probably going in there to bring some kind of support to the Ukrainians. All right, which is not that big of a deal. They could be transporting some kind of political delegate. It could be Zelensky himself. Somebody said there's also a Ukrainian police helicopter flying over Lviv right now. That could also be related. Yes, they came down, stopped at Rizzo, landed, didn't turn off, joined up, and screamed southeast. All right, well, we're keeping with them now. They're about to cross the border if they don't make a nice 90-degree in a few seconds here. Rosina, great channel. Chat again sometime. Awesome. Thank you so much for tuning in, Rosina. Specific Ocean, Ukrainian military or civ? If you're speaking of the chopper, these choppers are U.S. military. Has Kiev been evacuated? No, Kiev has not been evacuated. The eastern part of Ukraine has been evacuated. I only see Duke 49 now, says somebody. Well, we got both of them here. They're right on top of each other. They're still moving pretty fast though, but I think they've slowed down a little bit. Yeah, they have. They've slowed their roll a little bit. Can somebody confirm that they've decreased their speed? please tell me the rumors are at least military. I swear, if we have more rebels shooting down civ jets again. Well, the false flag, it would make it look like the Ukrainians. They would try to make it look like the Ukrainians shot down a civ jet. I talked about this earlier in the night. They would probably get a hold of like a Stinger missile, which we have recently imported into Ukraine, and they would try to get a hold of a Stinger, and they would shoot down a civ jet with a Stinger and try to leave evidence that it was the Ukrainians. Somebody said U.S. troops are not supposed to enter Ukraine. That's not necessarily true. Okay, they could on like an escort mission or something sneak into Ukraine. Um, we'll see here in a second. They're almost to the border, but they've slowed way down. I think they're at a standstill right now. Actually, no. Where are they? Where'd they go? There they are, jumping all over the place. Are they still moving? Duke 47 and Duke 49 are at a standstill. They might have turned off transponders. You guys, we could be witnessing some kind of we could be witnessing something right now. Yeah, we could literally be witnessing some kind of operation right now. I'm pretty sure they've turned off transponders. If they go over the border, yeah, I mean, as somebody said earlier, yeah, I mean, like technically we're not supposed to be putting troops into Ukraine, but I mean, they're obviously going in for something. It could be as I said, transporting some kind of diplomat. Yep, and we have just witnessed Duke 49 and Duke 47 disappear from the radar. Does anybody have eyes on Duke 49 and Duke 47? Yeah, yeah, they went dark, man. Yeah, quite literally, somebody just said Black Hawks down. Shit. Well, okay. And we got that. This is the helicopter. Somebody was talking about that police helicopter, I believe, right? This could be. They could be rendezvousing with them. I'm pretty sure that's what's occurring here, you guys. What are these flights we got in the AO? I'm not getting any information. I'm gonna have to refresh my page here. I saw in Indian media that Russia shot down Ukrainian plane, unconfirmed. Well, we're gonna get updates on that in a few minutes here. Um, and okay, so yeah, those are good. I'm gonna click out of here. All right, so this is the Ukrainian aircraft, the police helicopter, I believe. How do I unhide the map controls? I totally didn't look at that. I'm just gonna refresh again. 47 still up. I'm not seeing anybody. Nemiko says, yeah, I don't see that call sign. We'll look here in a second. Specific Ocean said, well, looks like I'm not sleeping for a bit. Right there with you, bud. ASA 2K2 said, "What the heck is happening?" I I saw you ask that a minute ago too. Yeah, we're still trying to piece together what's happening right now. So kind of stay tuned here. This is an Airbus helicopter. This could be trying to rendezvous with our two U.S. Army bogies, with our two Blackhawks. I'm not seeing them anywhere on the map. Does anybody have eyes on? They must have entered Ukraine. The only thing I can think of is they turned off their transponders to enter Ukraine for some reason. Wait, what if they're going? What if they're moving in because of? Oh man, there's so many. Oh wow, there's so many things that could be occurring here. Um, I was originally expecting them just to turn around and go right back to where they took off from, like a patrol flight. The reason this helicopter's in the air, who knows? But they could be rendezvousing with the Americans. We're gonna check our drone. Where's our drone at? What's he doing? We got another helicopter flight here in Kiev. Two helicopter. Okay, you're. Oh yeah, your toy. URTOY. Okay, I found it now. Hold on. Okay, I'm gonna check out those two real quick. Okay. Yeah, that looks like probably police or civvy. Yeah, that's definitely Ukrainian police. That's the same as our other Airbus over here near Lviv. Airbus, same model as well. Ukrainian police. So yeah, definitely gonna have to keep tabs on that situation. If anybody gets eyes on Duke, yeah, it could be embassy evacuation from Lviv. That's what I'm thinking as well. That could be what's occurring because we've moved all of our embassy staff. Everybody's in Lviv. Everybody is in Lviv, okay? And so that could be what's happening. They could be moving embassy staff out. Oh my god, you guys, look at this. Look at the buses in Lviv. These buses just showed up in Lviv. That could be related. They could be evacuating people from Lviv right now as we speak. Once again, this is just speculation on my part, but everything seems to be business as normal in Odessa and yeah, definitely some sketchy activity with Dukes though, with those two Blackhawks. Yes, Fallen Rays. There are two Blackhawks in the air that have disappeared off of the radar. We do not know what happened to them. We have lost confirmation. They were last seen traveling towards the Ukrainian border, about to cross the Ukrainian border, and they went dark. Where's Homer 71 at? Is he still being tracked on radar? Yeah, Homer 71's right over the middle of the Black Sea. Shit is going down, you guys. There's an airfield where the Dukes went dark. Looked it up on Google Maps. Well, if that's the case, maybe if you can, uh, pop that airfield into the Google search, and I'll take a look at it here on the map. Or sorry, into the live chat. Let me know what that airport, Armalov Airport, Arlamov. Okay. Oh, it's in Poland. All right, where are we at here? Okay, so that's right down here. Um, oh, right here. There's an airport here. Maybe there is. Where is the airport located exactly? It will come back on radar in about 30 minutes or so. We shall see. They came very close to the Ukrainian border, that's for sure. Um, yeah, I'm looking at it on Google Maps. There definitely is an airport there. Just having a hard time tracking it over here. Um, where's Arlamau? Where is that at? Oh, here we go. Somebody says the 240-50 Ukrainian police helicopter is flying south away from Lviv towards. Not even going to try to pronounce that. Um, how many buses do you need for 11:30 on a Saturday with very limited foot traffic? That's 3 confirmed. Who knows? I mean, everybody seems to be pretty lax in Lviv, at least everybody out here in the square. All right, we're gonna get our Homer 71 and our drone back up on radar. If anybody has any other aircraft of interest, please let me know, and we will get those up on the map. Top left, gathered up in a line with luggage. Let's look. Let's look. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. I can't really tell. Definitely a lot of people hanging out in the center here in the square. Whatever. I forgot. If this is. I think it's like Theater Square or something in Lviv. I know our Kiev angle is Sofia Square in Kiev. Everything seems to be normal there in Kiev. Everybody seems to be pretty calm. Noticing, yeah, pretty interesting influx of people here in Lviv. A couple buses. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Other than that, I mean, everything seems to be business as usual. I mean, you could definitely tell there's a lot of traffic heading out of town. There's a lot of traffic heading west. We have seen, the evidence all morning of them evacuating people out of eastern Ukraine. Alexander says, new to this channel, do you plan on covering the upcoming war in depth once it kicks off? We're going to continue to cover the crisis as it unfolds. Fallen Ray says, when are we expecting Homer to refuel? Well, that's a good question. It has been quite a few hours since they did refuel. I'm not sure as to the flight time of a RC 175 on a full tank, but I think we could expect to see a refueling probably in the next few hours. That'd be my guess. Um, our drone should probably be being there should probably be a shift change probably in the next few hours for that Global Hawk, so we'll have to keep an eye on that as well. Ukrainian chopper went dark. Pepper, was that the police copter near Lviv? Do y'all see the cute tiny bus? Yeah, I saw that bus. Pretty cute. Um, damn drunk Pikachu getting thick. They're saying. Yes, I agree. He is. The lines are getting pretty bold on Pikachu here. Um, so somebody said chopper near Lviv went dark. That could be. Sometimes when they do go dark, it's just them landing and turning off their transponder. So you got to watch where they're going dark at, because usually it's over an airport, like we saw with the uh, Duke 49, Duke 47. However, when the transponder stopped where they stopped, it didn't seem like an airport at the time. It didn't even come up on a map. That's a very rural airport. Okay. Does anybody know when the warning siren turned on in Lugansk? Is it a drill or real? Yes, I have seen footage this morning of the warning sirens in Lugansk and Donetsk. We were talking about earlier. There's been sporadic reports of power outages and shelling all night. There's confirmation of 3 Ukrainian soldiers killed, 5 wounded just this morning. Um, so I think we'll be hearing about this probably in the next coming hours here. Actually, I mean, it's only 4:31 here in the States. We probably won't really start hearing anything until uh, you know, probably noon here in the States Eastern time. That's when we'll hear something out of from our government. But I expect to hear an address from Putin probably within the next few hours, or some kind of form of communication from the Russian government. Uh, Fallen Rays said, my theory is Ukraine is stalling by sending in passenger planes so Russia can't just invade and fire on people, or it'd be a big war crime. Nope, they don't care. That honestly, that would not matter. they would immediately they would start their cyber attacks. The power grid would go down. They'd start air bombardment, and flights would just immediately be downed at any nearest airport. I thought Lviv was. Somebody said. Hold on one second. Somebody said, I thought Lviv was in the way, western part of Ukraine. Why would they evacuate from there? Because that's the last foothold, okay? Before when the invasion starts, they would have to move everybody out of Lviv, okay? Because you don't want to have anybody in there. The reason they move them to the west is so they were a little bit, so there would be more flight time for missiles, okay? So they would have kind of a warning to get out of Dodge. I could see using a rural airport for staging, though. Yes, that is very true. That is honestly, the military does a lot of staging out of very remote airfields. Especially, that's what Blackhawks are good for. Okay, you don't need a landing strip for a Blackhawk. You only need just a patch of grass that's flat. How long was the Hawk been in the sky for? It was in the sky for a couple hours now. But the flight that we witnessed was pretty quick. They were moving at a pretty fast pace towards the Ukrainian border. Um, Duke 4749 were screaming southeast, and transponders went off instantly. Yes, yeah. Near that airport, the Arlamo Airport. It's a very, very, very remote airport. Probably is not even paved airstrip. Jake 21 flying up Nordics. Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Nemeko is right on Chris. Incredible. Can't put my phone down. Thanks, Piano Man. Much appreciated. Thank you for tuning in. What do you expect to see in the left bottom corner cam? Boats. So Dnipro. This is along the Dnipro River. This will be a massively contested point in this conflict. If it goes down, all of the bridges along the Dnipro will probably be bombarded. Most likely by the Ukrainians, actually. The Ukrainians will blow up these bridges in order to hinder the Russian movement across the Dnipro River. That's what I'm expecting. And earlier we were talking about the emplacement of temporary bridges, platform floating bridges, and they've been practicing using those, and you'll see those used along these rivers to be able to get Russian military hardware across. However, they won't be putting them up on these wide parts. They would use basically the skinniest parts of the river. They would set up temporary bridges to move hardware across. Um, what about buses? Yep, there's buses moving, evacuating people out of the country. Lviv still close to Belarus? Yes, very, very true, but it's closer to Poland, okay? That's what matters, is they can move out to Poland, which is a NATO country, all right? So it's a safe zone for them. No call sign coming into Catania, or Pikachu flying from. Yes, that could be another drone. We'll have to keep an eye on that. Fallen Rays, can you send the cam to the river feed? All of these feeds can, the river feed as well. Actually, hold on, I'll just send it to you. Here it is right here. So the Dnipro River feed, the one that's in my lower left corner, is right here. I just posted it in chat. Um, Duke 50 going up, says David Brown. We'll have to keep an eye on that one. Look at flight path of XBKCO. All right, let's do that. Oh yeah, a little bit of a little bit of a little bit of a tangent they went off here to Periaslav. But we'll have to keep an eye on this for sure. Homer 71 still doing its thing. Keep an eye on the Russian Navy. So as I was talking about earlier, some of these cameras that we are using have redundant systems for power and for internet connection. Most of them will probably go down as soon as it starts going down, and so it'll be a fight to get eyes on the action. And so yeah, as I said, most of these cameras will probably go down as soon as cyber attacks and the power grid goes down. But at least the Lviv and Kiev we know have some power backup on them, and will possibly stay up and operational. Interesting activity going on here in Lviv with the buses. Pepper says Duke 50 in my elect major operation going on. That is possible. For everybody tuning in on Twitch and YouTube, thank you guys so much for following along on the stream. I've been streaming now all day and all night, and I'm about to take off to hit the hay here pretty soon. Not yet though. I still got a little bit of energy left in me, but if you guys could go ahead and hit that subscribe button so you guys are notified when streams go live. Huge help to the channel. That'd be awesome. And if you're following along on Twitch, make sure to hit that follow button. Thank you guys so much for tuning in over there. We're gonna keep this news coming at you indefinitely. As I said, the stream's gonna be up 24/7. If it goes down, it'll come right back up. Okay, unless I'm sleeping, in which case, as soon as I get up, it'll come right back up. All right. So Max Lowe, thank you for the stream. Thank you for watching, dude. Yep, and as I said earlier, tomorrow we'll have a hell of a lot more improvements being added to the stream here. We're gonna add some more features, and I'm gonna flush out some things so we can have a little bit more of a feature-rich experience here. Specific Ocean says, I will donate tomorrow if you leave the stream running all night, and when you wake up, just sneak back in, just scream to scare everyone who fell asleep watching. Maybe, we'll see. I don't ask for donations, though, at all, guys. I only ask for you guys to subscribe to the channel, hit that like button. I have merch. I have merch available in the description below if you guys want to buy some merch. That's basically the only way I offer you guys to support the channel. I don't ask for donations or anything like that. Jonas, thank you so much, man. Thank you for tuning in. Pepper, we don't go to ex-Eastern Bloc countries for nothing. It's risky as hell. Yes, that is extremely true. Okay, there's a reason these aircraft are in the air right now. All right, the pieces, as I said, are in play. Things are moving right now as we speak, and you can see it happening right now on the ground and in the air. Ukraine temporarily closed a checkpoint in Donbass due to shelling. I will have to check that out. If you guys have sources for your information, please post links. You're welcome to post links to credible sources. Somebody just said they just changed the name of XBKC0 to 0. Well, I'll have to check that out. Cordeath said, hey man, just stopping by from YouTube. Just say that I have mad respect for you. Thank you for providing this information to people. You've been up all day. Get some well-earned rest. Thank you, man, for tuning in. Much appreciated. Pepper says too much going on. Yeah, I can totally agree. Zelensky's crossing the country. Yeah, we'll see. All right, guys. So I'm gonna be hopping off for a while and getting some much needed rest. I am gonna try to just make sure all of my cameras and everything are fully operational, and hopefully the stream will stay up the entire time that I'm gone. If the stream happens to disconnect during that time, as soon as I get up, I'm gonna put the stream back up. So make sure you guys subscribe so you get that notification when that stream comes up. Hopefully, though, it'll stay up the entire time. It should. We might have a couple cameras go down or freeze up during that time. If that happens, you guys will just have to bear with it. They might unfreeze themselves. The flight radar. Um, Really quickly, I'm going to set up a script to press F5 to refresh the page, and hopefully that will keep the radar open. I'll also have to accept the ads because otherwise it'll give me that pop-up every time I refresh the page. So hold on, I'll show you. So this here. So I'm going to go ahead and I'll allow ads here and refresh. Okay, so now it should just automatically load up every time we press F5. So I'll go ahead and do that real quick just to try it. Okay, so I press F5 and both of our flights are tracked. Okay, so we can see over Ukraine. Got a nice angle on everything. Yeah, the pigeon will take. Yeah, Creativity says the pigeon will take over and keep the stream up. Yeah, the KGB spy pigeon. Yep. Thank you guys so much for tuning in. Yeah, as I said, I'm gonna really quickly here. I'm gonna make sure that everything is fully operational, and then I'm gonna take off and get some much needed R&R. As I said, there might be a couple things that go down. The stream itself might go down. Who knows? We'll see. But either way, even if it does go down, I'll be putting it right back up as soon as I get up in the morning. All right. So, where's our drone? Where's that? Oh, here's that drone. 0. They got under call sign 0 now. That's interesting. Yeah, another transponder change. That's interesting. Okay. I'm going to make a quick auto hotkey script to reload my browser every 15 minutes or so. I think that'll work. Specific Ocean says, "How long have you been doing these streams?" If I may ask, I've been doing live streams for over 10 years. I've been doing news-based streams, not for too long, but I kind of felt the need. I've been following along with the Ukrainian crisis since 2014, when Russia sneakily invaded overnight into Crimea and annexed Crimea with what we called the Little Green Men at the time, and I kind of, not only did I feel the need to, bring this to you guys, but I actually built this stream situation room here so I could monitor what was going on in Ukraine. Okay, because there's only so much information you can get out of the news, right? Um, you can get a very more significant understanding of what's going on the ground by actually kind of taking a look and trying to piece things together yourself. Um, Sleep tight. Don't let the pigeon drone spy. Yeah, I'll try. Yep, praying for peace. Same here, Mad Axe. Um, yeah, I'm just, as I said, I'm getting this, getting the auto hotkey script and everything set up here, making sure all these cameras are good for you guys. And then I'm going to take off for the night. Hopefully this stream will just stay on right through till morning. What about these open source intelligence-based streams? I've been looking for something like this for a long time. Yes, no, so yeah, that's kind of the idea, all right? And that's kind of the idea I've been looking into is providing kind of like an open source intelligence platform, through these streams. Um, Ukrainian choppers dark. Well, keep on it, guys. Everybody in the chat that is keeping track of flights and posting updates in the chat, you guys are literally what makes this possible. Okay, so huge thank you and huge shout out to you guys. Eventually, I'd like to maybe have some kind of system in place for rewarding people that provide information to the chat. That'd be really helpful. Um, but yeah, that's a huge help, you guys. For those of you that can stick around and keep updating people in the chat as to what these aircraft are doing, what the developments are on the ground, so on and so forth. Yeah. Either as Ocean says, either way, keep this up, shoot or blow up. Yeah, I've actually gained I think a couple hundred subscribers tonight, you guys, and I'm pretty pumped. It'd be really cool to see us go over 1,000. That'd be awesome. Honestly, that would make my year. So yeah, as I said, tomorrow my first goal is to get the stream back up if it's down. Second goal is to go ahead and add some more features and kind of refine things a little bit more, so we have a better streaming experience here. Yeah, and yes, promoting the, as Fallen Race says, having open discussion is a reward for him. Yes, we want to promote that open discussion here. Okay, we're cutting right down the middle. All right, we're bias free. Okay, and we just want to get to the bottom of what's really going on the ground. That's all this is about. Okay, it's just, it's just getting the information out there. All right, guys. With that said, I'm going to finish off making sure the stream is going to stay up, getting everything ready here, and then I will see you guys on the flip side. Thank you for tuning in.